I head back into the office to make the call. I don't know why. I could get the number from searching on my phone. But I want this to feel like a business transaction. Like buying a used car from a bloke I don't quite trust and hoping it doesn't have a dodgy chassis. The woman on the other end of the phone does ask what the money is for, but in a bored tone, like it's on a list that needs ticking. So it's easy to regale the lie Matt suggested. And she accepts it without question. Then she books the cash in for collection. I call to Matt that it's done, and then watch him back the car out of the drive a minute later. His expression is resolute, resigned to the fact he'll do anything to protect his daughters. It makes me feel proud, but also scared. How far our love will force us to go. After Friday, 10th of May. Rachel. We stare at the Waitrose bag, sitting in the middle of our kitchen table, like criminals. Not a sturdy bag for life, but one of those flimsy ones that tears on the corner of ham packets. It doesn't look that impressive, Miller observes from her normal place at the table, facing the kitchen, opposite Matt. You'd think 10 grand would be a chunkier wad than that. Matt shrugs. I thought the slimmer the better, so when the bank teller asked if 50s was okay, I said it was. He reaches over and tucks the bag in a bit tighter at the sides. I can see that he's fidgety, looking for any way to expel the adrenaline. And I think about the note inside the bag, typed out and printed. Your accusation is false, but the money is here. Stick to your promise and destroy that footage. If the video appears online, my dad will kill you. We all fall silent again. Miller and Matt look deep in thought, while Lucy's face is unreadable, frozen. It's not yet 5 o'clock. The girl's only recently back from school, so we've still got 7 hours until the drop. I imagine skulking over to the designated bin, checking over both shoulders in the darkness, then dropping the money in. There'd be no point waiting to watch Jess collect it. I already know her identity, and if I thought confronting her would make a difference, I wouldn't have agreed to her demand in the first place. Theoretically, Jess could just knock on our door and ask for the money. So maybe these cloak and dagger tactics are a sign that she's scared of us, and that Matt's note might work. I'll take the money, he says grimly. I'll park up on Chinner Hill Road and walk down, so there's no chance my car will be spotted. No, I should go, Lucy pipes up. It's me who got us into this mess, so I should be the one to take the risk. No, Matt and I cry out in unison. Then I gesture for him to follow it up. You are the last person who should be going up there, he says sternly. Because I can't be trusted, you mean? She asks, tears catching at the back of her throat. Because it's me going out at night that got us into this trouble. Lucy, Jess thinks you killed her sister. Matt reminds her. You can't risk her finding you up there all alone. We don't know what she might do. But what if you get caught, Dad? Lucy pleads, not willing to back down. Especially with the note and all that stuff from before. I won't get caught, Matt says grimly. I think I should go, Miller announces. I know the area much better than you do, Dad. There's a shortcut from behind the station where they keep the old carriages. And a hole in the wire fencing. Did you know that? No, but that way I wouldn't have to use the main road at all. No chance of any video doorbells picking me up. I think about last Friday night. How furious I was with myself for letting Miller search for Lucy alone. No, I'll go, I say, entering the fray. I'll wear my running gear so if anyone sees me, I can say I went for a run because I couldn't sleep. Miller shakes her head, drops her bottom lip. No one's going to believe that. She exhales a deep sigh. Look, I know I freaked you out last Friday, but that was different. I'd had a few drinks at Ava's party. And actually, I'd smoked half a joint too. Don't squeal, it was a one-off. And that's why I got sleepy. Tonight I'll be 100% focused. In and out, super quick. I promise. Look, I'm taking the money, okay? Matt says, his voice rising. It's my job to protect this family. Oh my God, seriously? Miller spits out. Did I miss our U-turn back to 19th century patriarchy? You're happy to use my physical stature when it's about scaring Jess. The doorbell goes. But instead of feeling saved by it, my heart catapults into my mouth. I push my chair back, praying it's just a delivery. I watch Matt slip the bag of money into the drawer of our dresser with fake nonchalance. Then go to find out. D.I. Finnemore, I announce as I pull the door open. The high volume is mainly to warn the rest of my family, but it's also an escape route for the scream surging up from my lungs. How can I help? His expression is hard to read. Could I come in for a moment? Of course, I say, smiling brightly to distract him from my rising pitch. Then I gesture to the living area, away from the kitchen, and sit down in the sofa opposite him. I don't trust my voice, so I wait silently for him to explain why he's come. They're dismantling the crime scene today, he starts. So I went up to take a last look round, make sure it's ready to be returned to the public. Not that I don't trust my team, of course. As his voice trails off, I think about the bluebells crushed by a dead body and dozens of heavy black boots. The blood-smeared foliage. I push my lips together and nod. And as I was passing, he continues, I thought I would drop in. We found a couple of hairs on Amber's clothing, and I'd like to check if they're yours, for elimination purposes. The hair is broken, which means we can't extract DNA, but I was wondering if I could ask for a sample of yours for visual analysis. Yes, that's fine. I mumble. He's taken me off guard, and as I pull out my scrunchie, my mind careers through what this could mean. Of course it will be my hair. At my age, I molt like a dog. I curl a couple of hairs around my finger and feel a sharp sting as I yank them away from my scalp. Yes, Lucy's hair is similar, but it's not the same as mine. The police will see that. I wait for the detective to open an evidence bag. Then, with shaking hands, I drop the few strands inside. Thank you, he says, sealing the bag. But he doesn't move to get up. I wait, every muscle taut. I also wondered if Lucy could spare me 5 minutes. He goes on. Oh? There's just something on her statement that I wanted to clarify. Nothing to worry about. Is she in? I pause, smile, wonder if my heart is going to gallop right out of my chest. Sorry, no. Lucy's at a friend's house for tea. I was with her during her interview, though, so perhaps I can help with whatever you need clarifying. He stays silent for a moment, nodding gently. Lucy told D.C. Basowski that she went out last Friday night. He finally says, "Yes, that's right." I whisper. My mind races. Have they cleaned up the CCTV footage D.C. Basowski mentioned? Do they now know for certain that it was Lucy on Keen's Lane, 45 minutes earlier than she claimed to be out? And I wonder if you could confirm her timings for me again. I bite the inside of my cheek. Taste blood. Should I admit to this one lie to keep the detective from uncovering any more? Or is it like Jenga, with each lie dependent upon the others? I hold my breath for a moment, then slowly exhale. She said she left home about 10:45, I whisper. She said. He picks up, lifting the words into a question. I was out for supper. I explain. A curry at the Indian with some girlfriends. I got back soon after that and Lucy wasn't in her room. She'd left a note saying she couldn't sleep and had gone for a walk to clear her head. But she'd left her phone at home, so the only option was to go out and look for her. And that also might mean she got her timings a bit out. The detective frowns. How so? Lucy's phone was out of battery. I lie. That's why she didn't take it with her. But it's also her only source of telling the time. Lucy doesn't wear a watch, you see. So she told D.C. Basowski that she went out at 10:45, but it could only have been a guess. D.I. Finnemore has already told me that he's got teenage children. So I try to give him my "we're in this together" smile. And do you remember what time you found Lucy? He asks. His tone suggesting my efforts haven't worked. I think about my frantic journey up Church Road, followed by my relieved one back down with my daughter in tow. I stayed on the opposite side of the road to the shops on my way there. Can I risk assuming the cameras didn't pick me up? Or is continuing to lie pointless now? If they can put Lucy on Keen's Lane before 10 p.m, then theoretically she'd have time to kill Amber anyway. Lucy was in the churchyard, I say nervously. I don't know the exact time I found her, but it was around 11:15, or a bit later. We stayed for a while, chatting, before heading home. It's hard to be certain how long we were there. D.I. Finnemore nods. Of course, I understand. He lifts out of the sofa. So, that's everything you need? I ask, mirroring his movement. For now, yes. We might need to talk to Lucy again, but it can wait until next week. I'll let you know. He smiles, and I return it. Surely he wouldn't be this nice if he thought Lucy was a killer. How's the investigation going in general? I ask, trying to sound like I'm just making conversation. There's been some progress, he says, sagely. I'm doing a press conference in an hour, actually, so there'll be an update on the local news this evening. Oh? I think about Steve's account of the young mechanic getting hauled off by the police, and Colleen mentioning a boyfriend. Does that mean you have a suspect? He looks at me quizzically, and I worry that I've gone too far. But then his expression softens. We have somebody in custody, but it's early days. Now I must go, otherwise I'll be late for my own TV show. Well, good luck, I mumble. He nods, then walks through the door and pulls it behind him. I take a long breath. They've arrested someone, then? Matt says, appearing from the kitchen. That's good news. Yes, I say, in a quiet voice, forcing myself to block out the detective's interest in Lucy and focus on the positive. Do you think we should call tonight off? If they've got someone in custody and are willing to tell the press, they must be pretty confident he did it. And then there would be nothing for Jess to blackmail Lucy over. I watch Matt consider my question in his usual way, pitting the pros and cons against each other. No, he finally says. Let the girl have her money. Then tomorrow it will all be over. Email from D.I. Finnemore, SIO, to DCI Bishop. Subject, Friday 10th of May, update. Sir, you must be all conferenced out by now. Hope you enjoy your few days break in Copenhagen with the missus. We are building a case against Caden Carter, a 17-year-old trainee mechanic from Towersey with a historical conviction for serious assault at 14 years old. We believe he was the victim's boyfriend at the time of her murder. We initially picked him up on Tuesday. The kid even had scratch marks on his face, and interviewed him under a caution +3. He was predictably uncommunicative, but did admit to knowing Amber. We got a warrant to search his home, which took place on Wednesday. We found 2 lip balm tins in his drawer, one with ecstasy pills and another with hash parcels wrapped in cling film. He has no history of either possession or supply, so our working theory is that he stole these from the victim. We also took a number of personal items from his room. I fast-tracked the samples for analysis, and the results arrived yesterday. It gave us all the relevant forensic evidence we needed to arrest him, which took place today. And we're hopeful the CPS will allow us to proceed to charge. Carter's DNA was already on NDNAD from his earlier conviction. Both the saliva around the victim's mouth and the skin cells under her fingernails are a match. Blood found on Carter's jumper is a DNA match for Amber. Fibres from the jumper were also found at the scene. Carter's car was picked up passing the railway station car park CCTV camera driving up Hill Road at 22:20. No more cameras past that point, but it is the obvious route to access the nature reserve car park via Hilltop Lane. His car was then picked up making the return journey at 23:31. Plenty of time to commit murder. Mud in his trainer treads matched that collected from the scene. As Carter also has a history of violence and, in my opinion, was lucky to get off with a youth rehabilitation order for his earlier offence, we believe there's a strong case against him. But forensic report also brought up a few anomalies. Most of the blood on the victim's clothing was her own, but there were 2 additional samples found, neither of which are a match for Carter. Forensics extracted a full DNA profile from one. No match found on NDNAD, but only a partial from the other. There is a new test that should give us the full profile, but it's pricey. I'd like to proceed. Carter's defence team could have a field day if we can't explain it. And am attaching the quote for your sign-off. Also, victim's blood found on Carter's clothing was relatively minimal, nowhere close to what we'd expect from major head trauma. Blood spatter team are currently assessing whether this could be explained by him wearing a jacket over, that he later disposed of, although nothing found. Still no sign of the murder weapon. Final pathology report says it's something with an even narrower circumference than a baseball bat. Possibly rounder's bat, bicycle pump, iron bar, even tree branch, although no wood splinters or metal fragments found. Duty solicitor present at Carter's interview. He began talking when forensic evidence was presented to him. He admitted to having started seeing Amber in the weeks preceding her death. Said he believed her to be 16. But no sign of sexual assault anyway, and, eventually, to being with her at the nature reserve on Friday night. He claimed that she'd ignored him earlier in the evening, but then suddenly messaged asking him to meet her at the scene. He explained to us that he'd tried and failed to gatecrash the 18th birthday party in the village, then tried and failed to get served at the Crown, so had nothing better to do. They made out, then had an argument, during which Amber sliced his cheek with her fingernails, and he left. According to Carter, victim was alive and well at that point, approx 23:10, according to him, which does fit with CCTV. Usual excuses for not revealing all this in his first interview, not trusting corrupt police, etc., etc. However, I'm sure you won't be surprised to learn that he's still our number one suspect. We have him in custody for another day, so we'll go again tomorrow. One other development. CCTV picked up Lucy Rose, bullying victim, twice on Friday night. Following some technical wizardry, she's been identified as the girl who walked past the post office 8 minutes after the victim was spotted there at 21:55, carrying a plastic bag that looks like it contained a bottle of vodka from its shape, plus another object that could be the shape of the murder weapon. Stretching here, though. Then, at 23:49, she was seen with her mother outside the parade of shops on Church Road. That's nearly 2 hours, unaccounted for. Also, Lucy initially told Brzezowski that she went out around 22:45 for 30 minutes. So why did she lie? And Lucy has very similar hair to the strands we found on the body, although so does her mother, Ms. Salter, who found the body. Sample currently with CSI. However, this evening Miss Salter gave me a relatively plausible explanation for the discrepancy in Lucy's timings. And if Carter is to be believed, the victim was alive at the crime scene at 23:10. And even though it's logistically possible, it's hard to believe that Lucy could have killed her and be back in Chinnor walking along with her mum in less than 40 minutes. To be honest, she is so far removed from the profile of a murderer that I just can't see it anyway. But she may know more than she's currently letting on. I'm planning to talk to her again next week. But for now, Carter is our priority. Simon. The night she dies. Friday, 3rd of May. Jess. Jess eyes the CCTV camera. the back of it, she's not stupid, and wonders how long she should wait at the railway station car park. Jess was sure that Amber would appear from the trail that leads into it, but she hasn't yet, and she's also turned her map function off on Snapchat so Jess can't track her. The only other routes away from her meeting point with Lucy are back to the village, but that would mean her passing where Jess has been crouching or heading up towards the ridgeway. And she can't believe Amber would go up to the woods in the pitch black on her own. But she's been waiting for over 10 minutes now and has sent like 1,000 messages, and there's still no sign. She frowns. Did Amber definitely get away? It was completely still and silent up there, so Jess had assumed both girls had gone. But it was hard to see in the darkness, and they had been fighting. Did Lucy do something bad to Amber? Something bad enough for her to not be moving or speaking? But that wasn't what she was threatening. She said she was going to tell everyone the truth, which could mean she knows what Amber and Jess have done. And on top of all that, there's Sean. His weird, creepy message. I see you. Jess checks Snapchat again, but there's no response from Amber, and with her map function switched off, Jess can't tell if she's chatting with Caden or Sean or anyone else. Then a new thought glides forward. Sean is Amber's friend, not hers. The two of them message all the time. So why has Sean messaged Jess tonight? Is it because Amber is ghosting him too? Amber never normally turns her map function off. Jess had assumed it was to do with her meet-up with Lucy. But could it really be about Sean? Is she hiding from him? And if so, why? What does he know? A jolt of anger rushes through Jess. Why does Amber always have to push her luck, without ever considering the consequences? And why does it feel like Jess is the one who always gets burned for it? She tries WhatsApp. I'm out. Where are you? The ticks stay grey. Jess squints her eyes in concentration. However tough Amber comes across, if she knows Sean's onto her about the money they've been skimming, she'll be scared. Would she turn to Caden for help? Would she suddenly fancy him again if she needed protection from her dealer? Then Jess thinks about her message exchange with her ex, how he changed his mind about meeting up with her, and shudders with anger, grief, stupidity. She can't believe she's risked getting into more trouble with Molly and Bill for this. Shivering in a railway station car park with Sean on her case and no idea where Amber is. Her phone buzzes in her hand, and this time it doesn't stop. She squints at the line of numbers glowing on her screen. Not someone in her contacts, but it might be Amber on the dumb phone. She lifts the handset to her ear. Hello? Jess? Extra saliva forms in her mouth like it does when she's about to be sick. Yeah? Where the fuck is Amber? I dunno. But she needs more than that. A realistic excuse to calm Sean down. I was grounded, so she went out without me. Don't bullshit me. You're by some train station? Jess swears silently. Why didn't she follow Amber's lead and turn her Snapchat map off? Yeah, okay, I escaped like 20 minutes ago, but I can't find Amber either. Sean clicks his tongue. Is she with that Caden guy? I swear, Sean, I don't know. You expect me to believe that? You live in a village in the middle of nowhere. You're hiding her, aren't you? He accuses, his voice rising. There's drill music in the background. It's loud but scratchy, like the speakers can't deal with the volume setting. No, I promise, Jess says, not even trying to conceal her fear anymore. Why would I hide her from you? Because she's been skanking me, the bitch. His paranoia about privacy, even on burner phones, has clearly been sidelined by his fury. Creaming a feather off every gram? I can't believe she'd do that to me. There's a dull thwacking sound, like Sean hitting something inanimate, and Jess wonders where he is. Does he still live in his mum's flat on the Lees estate? Or have the council kicked him out now? But suddenly there's another background noise, a car horn hooting, and Jess realises he's in his car. A Honda something. Black, with alloy wheels. She never would, Sean, Jess tries. Whoever told you that? They're wrong. He goes quiet. But Jess finds the silence even more terrifying. So she prompts him. Sean? He snorts bitter laughter. You know, that's what I thought, he says, the anger now replaced with an icy chill. At first, even when my mates warned me that she couldn't be trusted. So I tested her, the last time we met, and I could tell something wasn't right. She couldn't look me in the eyes when I talked about upping the price. Even though it was easy extra peas, she didn't want to know. So, when she said she was going to hang around that party house tonight, I got a mate's sister to pretend she was going to it and buy some gear from Amber. Fucking 15 quid. That's what she charged. It's only a £5 difference, Jess whispers, changing tack, but then falls silent. She needs to think of something better to say, find the words to get them out of trouble. But thinking and talking are two things that she's not very good at under pressure. It's not only a £5, though, is it? Sean shouts, the anger and volume back. It's a trust that's been broken, and after I gave her a second chance. To do what? Jess whispers, her voice warbling, but loyalty giving her just enough courage to speak out. She acts like you're some kind of god, and you just use her to sell your drugs. Why is she saying this? Winding him up? Would Amber do the same for her? You don't know what you're talking about. You're the one who fucked up her life, not me. He hisses. Jess's eyes grow hot. Because he's right. She did fail Amber. And whenever she thinks about it, she hates herself for it. But maybe this is a way to make up for her mistake, to show her sister that she's not chicken shit anymore. You get the same amount of money from her deals, so why shouldn't she make a bit more? She's the one taking all the risks. Ha! Are you really that stupid? Jess closes her eyes. The energy, her fight, disintegrates. Of course she can't win this. I'll get Amber to call you when I see her, but it'll be tomorrow. Jesus, you are that stupid. He shouts, interrupting her. Stop pretending you don't know where she is. I'm on my way to Chinnor now. She told me about some parkland by a lake. Make sure she's there in 30 minutes, or I swear I'll kill the fucking pair of you. The call cuts out. and Jess's hand shakes as she lowers her phone to her side. Her heart is beating like she's sprinting the 100 meters, but her legs won't move. She warned Amber against stealing from Sean, yes, but with how much force? And how genuinely? The truth is, she liked seeing Amber treat Sean like everyone else, like her, rather than being completely caught up in his spell. And now they're both going to pay for Amber's deceit. Except Amber doesn't know Sean's on his way. Jess thinks again about the different routes Amber could have taken, and how there's only one that really makes sense. Does Amber have the nerve to go up to the Ridgeway, through the woods, alone in the dark? They both love it there in the daytime, and think of it as their safe place. If Caden's with her, maybe it's exactly where she'd want to be. And there's only one way to find out. Jess turns towards the Ridgeway and sets off. After. Friday, 10th of May. Rachel. I still don't think Miller should go, I say, but in a quiet voice, and behind the closed kitchen door, in case she overhears and starts pulling me up on my feminism. Me neither, Matt murmurs back. The room's not warm, but sweat is trickling down his temples. But it is true that she knows the off-road route better than either of us. And I trust her. I trust her too. I counter, hoping I don't sound defensive. I just don't like the thought of her being in danger. Christ, her A-levels start in a couple of weeks. Most parents would have their kids chained to the desk by now, and we're letting ours do a ransom drop in the middle of the night. How has this happened? My eyes bubble with tears. Matt sighs. Life throws curveballs, Rachel. And there's no point asking why, because you won't get an answer. Do you know how many times I asked that question when that kid accused me of hitting him? I never worked it out, but I did get through it. Truth and fairness reigned in the end. You could say the same about this situation. It's terrible right now and tragic for Amber's friends and family, but they've got a suspect in custody. And you never know. Without anyone bullying her, Lucy might even start enjoying life again. I push my lips together. I still hate thinking that Lucy benefits from Amber dying, even though it's true that she does. None of that keeps Miller safe tonight. I remind him. Well, I have an idea about that. I'm going to follow her. What? My volume rises a bit, and Matt puts a finger to his lips. After she leaves, I'll go in the car, park up on Chinnahill Road and walk down from there. I'll keep out of sight, of course. But the trees will give me plenty of cover, and I'll be close enough to help if Jess does do anything. Not that she will. He adds, I'm sure she just wants the money. But it's good to cover all eventualities. I open the fridge door and pull out a bottle of beer. I shouldn't really drink at a time like this. Not when I might need to make some quick decisions. But D.I. Finnemore's visit has been rapping at my temples for hours now, and I need something to relax me. Want one? No, thanks. Are there any Cokes in there? We sit down at the kitchen table and listen to the gentle fizzing as our drinks are exposed to the air. Do you really think this will work? I ask. That Jess will take her 10 grand and that will be the end of it? Matt flicks at the ring pull on his can. We're doing what we can to make sure it is. he says, grimly. And she's a 15-year-old girl who's just lost the only member of her family. She's not going to be thinking too clearly, is she? His incorrect assumption about Jess's family tree makes me think about Colleen and Jess's father, and my earlier thought that perhaps she'll go to him once she gets the money. God, I hope so. For her sake and for ours. The door swings open, and I turn to look at Miller. She's dressed all in black, leggings, hoodie, socks, even her trainers. Her hair is neatly braided in a French plait, and she's wearing a serious expression. It's 11:40. She says, I'm leaving in a minute. You'll need gloves. Matt says, I have a pair in my bag. And a torch, I say, trying not to remember the last time I handled that. The dried rivulets of too red mud. I've got everything I need, Mum, Miller says, a look of annoyance darkening her face. Except the cash, that's what I came for. Matt stands up and retrieves the Waitrose bag from the dresser drawer. His hands are shaking as he proffers it towards Miller, and it reminds me that tonight is upsetting for him too. He went out on his road bike when he got back from the bank this lunchtime, and then spent another hour fitting some new kit to it that had been delivered while he was in Geneva. I could tell he was trying to distract himself. Thanks, Miller mumbles. She hesitates for a moment, then sighs. And also, thanks for trusting me, both of you. I promise I've got this. You really don't have to worry. I want to say something, to remind her of the dangers, or plead with her to reconsider. But I stay mute as she pulls her baseball cap on. I follow her out of the kitchen and then watch her disappear down the drive. Lucy is lying on the sofa watching TV, or at least pretending to. An episode of Friends from one of the early seasons, and I don't disturb her. Instead, I return to the kitchen. Matt is getting ready to go out, zipping up an old bomber jacket I'd forgotten he had. And suddenly he's wearing all black too. Would I have thought about camouflage if I'd been doing the drop? Maybe. What if Miller sees you? I ask. It's not like she doesn't know what car you drive. She's going via the railway dumping ground. He reminds me. I'll park on the top road. We won't cross each other's paths. He looks at his watch. I guess I should go. Instead of going out the normal way, he disappears through the French doors at the back. And I realise he doesn't want Lucy to spot him leaving. I'm not sure when our family became so deceitful. With nothing else to do, I wander into the living room. Mind if I join you? I ask. Lucy doesn't look up, but she shifts her feet off the sofa, and I take that as an invitation. How are you doing? I ask, as I lower myself down. She sighs. Can we just watch TV, Mum? Her tone is more pained than curt, so I turn towards the screen. She's hardly spoken since the detective left, hasn't asked me why he came, and I'm too tired to push it. It's the episode of Friends where Ross and Monica become ultra-competitive at a fun game of baseball, and it makes me think about my own children's sibling relationship. I've always assumed their differences mean they can't be that close, but I was wrong. because Miller is out there, alone, in the dark, risking her safety to protect her sister. She hasn't questioned Lucy's innocence at all, unlike me, or berated her for ignoring her big sister's advice. She's showing more empathy towards Lucy than I thought she was capable of. I look at my watch. 11:58. You could go to bed, you know, I say to Lucy. It's late, and there's no reason for you to stay up. You really think I could fall asleep without knowing that Miller's okay, when she's doing all this for me? Where's Dad, anyway? She adds tetchily. I can't tell her the truth. She's bound to tell Miller that Matt went out to spy on her. He went to the co-op. I lie. He's got a headache and we've run out of paracetamol. She looks at me suspiciously for a moment, then turns back to the TV. Perhaps it's safest not to talk after all. I sneak a look at my phone. 5 past midnight. Miller will have done the drop by now. God, I hope she's on her way home. Miller is hardwired to stand up for herself, so I know her instinct will be to wait for Jess to appear and confront her. But Matt is watching the proceedings, I remind myself. If Miller tries anything like that, he'll intercept her. The familiar Friends theme tune spills out of the TV speakers, signifying the end of the episode. But after a few adverts, it strikes up again with a new one. I can't really follow the story. My head is too full of panic. But the sound of canned American laughter manages to worm its way in. I don't check my watch again, but the adverts come and go, and I know Matt and Miller should be back by now. The theme music again. Black and white outfits, Ross falling into the fountain. Another episode has started. It's 12:49. I push up off the sofa. I can't just sit here waiting, hoping that my husband and firstborn are going to reappear. Why the hell did I ever think that being this passive was a good idea? Where are you going? Lucy asks, fear creeping into her voice. I think I should go and find them. She looks at me. Dad followed her, didn't he? It's more of a statement than a question, and I bite my lip. He should trust her more. Before I can work out how to respond, there's a noise by the porch, and we whip our heads around in unison. Miller, I exhale. But my relief disintegrates when I see her expression. Her face is deathly pale, at odds with her normally warm complexion, and her eyes are red-ringed, like she's been crying. What happened? I ask. Are you okay? I put the money in the bin, she says, quietly. Then I came home. But you were gone for ages. I had to... She pauses, like she doesn't want to tell me. I had to hide behind one of the train carriages for a bit, to make sure I wasn't seen. But I'm exhausted now. I'm going to bed. Hide? From who? Please, Mum, she says, a bit more forcefully. I need to sleep. I watch her walk towards the stairs, then plod up them, her head looking too heavy for her shoulders. I want to go after her, demand that she tells me everything. I know that's selfish. My interrogation will have to wait until morning. You should go too, Lucy, I finally say. Miller's back now, safe. She doesn't move straight away, but after 10 or so seconds, She pushes off the sofa, clicks the remote to turn the TV off, and wordlessly follows her sister upstairs. But not everyone is home safely. I press on Matt's name in my call history and listen to his phone ring and ring. I send him a WhatsApp message and will the ticks to turn blue. But I refuse to worry about him. Matt is a grown man, a physically intimidating one at that, in a reliable car with central locking. He is not in danger. After. Saturday, 11th of May. Rachel. It's raining, but I don't care. I always run on a Saturday morning, and I need it more than ever today. An outlet for my pent-up energy. But I'm wearing trainers, not trail runners, because there's no way I'm venturing beyond the solid safety of the pavement. Matt finally got home at 1:38, nearly an hour after Miller, and looking equally shell-shocked. But unlike our eldest daughter, after having a shower to calm himself down, he wanted to talk. Right from the beginning he'd found it difficult, he said, watching his little girl prowl across empty parkland. Not because she seemed fearful, but for how easily she took it in her stride. The drop itself had been uneventful, and with Miller appearing so in control, he'd decided to wait for Jess to turn up. While the place was deserted, he was paranoid that some chancer might wander past, find the bag and pocket the money. And then it would all be for nothing. Jess didn't come straight away. And crouching in the damp undergrowth, in the shadow of oak trees, Matt had started to wonder whether she would. Getting out of her house after midnight, especially with what happened to her sister, can't have been easy. But after a while, maybe only 15 minutes, although it felt longer, he'd spotted her. She'd arrived from the far side, by the old cement works, shoved the Waitrose bag in the pouch of her hoodie, and left via the same route Miller had taken. He'd not worried about that because he'd assumed Miller would be safely back home by then, and he'd returned to his car, grateful that it was done. But emotional and exhausted, and with the road darkened by bowing trees on both sides, he hadn't seen the badger lumber across in front of him, until he caught its startled zebra face in the car's headlights a second before he smacked into it. It had made such a thud that he irrationally thought he'd hit a person, even though he knew that wasn't the case. And the shock had proved too much. After checking and confirming that the badger had died on impact, he'd got back in his car and burst into tears. And once he'd started, he couldn't stop. He cried for the badger, for Amber, and for the effect her death was having on his family. And then his misery widened, crying for the career that was stolen from him, and the dad he'd never felt he properly grieved for. He told me all this in bed, lying on his back, staring at the ceiling. But when I crawled my fingers towards his, he took hold of them. And then he apologized. He said that he knew he was hard work at times, that he was grateful for my patience and sorry for being so fixated on having everything tidy, how he understood his obsessive nature was a crutch, but that he couldn't figure out how to let go. Instinctively, I knew not to contribute, that he needed my ear, not my advice. So when he finished, we lay in silence for a while, hand in hand, until I eventually fell asleep. I'm not sure when he drifted off, but he was fast asleep when I crept out of the bedroom this morning. I don't want to go anywhere near Chinner Hill. Matt said that he would call the council this morning, but I assume the dead badger is still there at the moment. So I run towards the hamlet of Aston Rowant instead. On the quieter road, I hear the familiar call of a red kite, something between a cat's meow and a child's whistle, and I look up into the sky. It's a beautiful bird, reddish-brown with a deep fork in its tail. It was threatened with extinction in the UK once, but now they're thriving in the Chilterns. A whole species indebted to a few conservationists from the 1980s. It's another reminder that small decisions can have long-lasting consequences. And I run a little faster to deal with the adrenaline spike that thought causes. If I want to stick to the roads, I have no choice but to turn around when I reach Aston Rowant and run back the same way. I jog past a row of large detached properties set back from the road. Range Rovers or Teslas parked in their long drives, and try to imagine living in one of them. But I quickly give up. I know it's weird to shun the idea of space, but I'm wary of it. Much better to have my family cramped together, in each other's pockets, than at a distance with places to hide. When I get back to the village, my legs are feeling the 10-kilometre run, and I'm looking forward to a soak in the bath. The fresh wind has blown away the rain, and the sun is edging its way around the clouds. After Lucy's caginess last night, Miller's pale face, and Matt's distress, a day of sunshine feels like exactly what we need, and I stare upwards, willing it along. Whoa, Rachel! I stop, stumble backwards. Charlotte has just stepped out of the bakery, and we almost collide with each other. A sweet smell spills out from the paper bag she's holding. Gosh, you startled me, I respond, drawing my palms into my chest to calm my breathing. It's good to see you, she says, her voice softening now the shock has worn off. I thought about calling after what happened, but I didn't want to make a fuss. My instant reaction is guilt for both the real and imagined crimes my family have committed. And I can't help wondering if Annie has told Charlotte about Miller going missing the night before Amber died. But there's no accusation in my friend's face, so I smile my thanks. Not making a fuss is perfect, thank you, I say. It was awful. Poor girl. But I'm trying to put it behind me. Of course, she says, nodding her understanding. And hopefully the boyfriend being arrested will help with that. Boyfriend? I ask. I saw the item on the local news last night. D.I. Finnemore standing outside Aylesbury police station and announcing that they'd arrested a 17-year-old male in connection with Amber's murder. Colleen had suggested he was Amber's boyfriend, but I wonder how Charlotte knows. Yeah, I saw Bill last night. Their family liaison officer told him and Molly that a lad from Towersey had been arrested and that he was Amber's boyfriend. Bill had no idea she was even seeing anyone. Poor man. Emotion catches in her throat. Have you seen much of them? I ask. Amber's foster carers. A few times. The church community have pulled together to help them. It's one of the things I like best about it. Molly is out of hospital now and seems fine physically. albeit with a load of new pills to take. But she's devastated. Keeps blaming herself, like you would, even though, of course, it's not her or Bill's fault. I shouldn't say it, but it sounds like that girl was trouble. I doubt they'll ever foster again, she adds, sadly. What about Jess? I ask. I suppose they're still fostering her. She wants to leave. Apparently her social worker tried to persuade her to take a bit more time to figure it all out, but then she started acting up. Of course she'd be angry, wouldn't she? And Bill realised that he and Molly wouldn't be able to cope. Not after everything that's happened. So the social worker is trying to sort something out. It might mean a children's home, though. Sadly, there aren't a steady stream of foster carers willing to take on a messed-up teenager in Oxfordshire. Poor kid, I mumble. And for all Jess has done to my family, I mean it. Oxfordshire is one of the UK's most affluent counties, so it shouldn't be hard to find a spare room in a stable setting, even for someone with as many issues as Jess. But perhaps that's hypocritical. I mentioned the idea to Matt once, of fostering, when both girls had left home. His answer was a flat no, that we do enough for vulnerable children already, and I've never felt strongly enough to try and change his mind. Let's hope she gets a chance to start over. I continue. But Charlotte's gaze has shifted away from me. That's him, she whispers, hardly moving her lips. That's who? I want to turn in the direction of her stare, but the memory of bumping into Jess at the co-op is still raw. Bill Wainwright, just coming out of the post office. He looks so sad. I should go and check on him. Come with me? Well, I really should be getting back. Please? She asks. She shifts along the pavement, and as we haven't resolved our conversation, I feel compelled to move with her. Bill is walking in our direction too. And I realise I can't escape this. Hey Bill, how are you? Charlotte asks when we reach him, each word gilded with sympathy. Hello, Charlotte, he says, his voice hoarse. Not great. He turns to look at me, narrows his eyes. You're the lady who found our Amber. I am, yes. I mutter. I'm so sorry. Such a tragedy. I force myself to make eye contact, and then I wish I hadn't. Tears are welling up in his, and before I have a chance to look away, he's sobbing, his shoulders spasming. Oh, Bill, Charlotte murmurs, putting an arm around him. You poor, poor thing. I can't imagine what you're going through at the moment. It's awful, Charlotte, he splutters. Every minute is like a living hell. You think it can't get any worse, and then it does. And it's all my fault. No, it's not, Charlotte says sternly. You can't wrap them up in cotton wool, Bill. You thought she went to youth club, then came home like normal. You could never have known her text wasn't true. And what about Jess? He throws back at her. I hold my breath. What do you mean? Charlotte asks, gently. She's not in a good way, he says, his voice cracking. I haven't let her out of my sight since she came back from that emergency foster carer on Tuesday. But she must have sneaked out in the middle of the night, or maybe first thing this morning, because she wasn't in her bed when I got up. She's not answering my calls either. I've asked around and no one's seen her. He drops his head so low that his chin is almost touching his chest. I know I need to tell the police, and Colleen, her social worker, that she's missing. But I'm not sure I can bear it. Not after Amber. His face creases again, then disappears into his hands. Charlotte and I exchange horrified glances, but she has no idea what's fueling mine. Have I caused this? Has the money we provided given Jess the means to break this man's heart a second time? After. Saturday, 11th of May. Rachel. Miller is sitting at the kitchen table when I get back, eating a Lindt chocolate bunny, leftovers from her Easter stash. I consider pulling her up on her unhealthy breakfast choice, but I just reach for a piece instead and enjoy a rare moment of pleasure as the milk chocolate disintegrates on my tongue. But its residue reminds me that I'm thirsty after my run, so I pour a large glass of water and gulp half of it down. How are you doing? I ask, once my hydration levels have risen. Miller shrugs, but doesn't look at me. Fine. No after effects from last night. I said I'm fine, Mum. She reminds me, in a stern voice. She breaks off a rabbit's ear, angles it to the side of her mouth, and gnaws with her back teeth. When I first woke up, I was determined to ask her what happened last night, why she'd been crying, who she needed to hide from among the disused train carriages, especially after Matt telling me that Jess left via the same route. But my run has changed that, created some distance between last night and today, and now with Jess probably gone from the village too, maybe it's time to let things lie. Have you seen Dad yet? I ask. He's usually up early, but after his eventful night it wouldn't surprise me if he was having a lie-in. He went out. My forehead lifts in surprise. For a bike ride? To the garage. Says he hit a badger yesterday afternoon and it did some damage to the front of the car. Oh, that's right, he did, I say, weakly. Badgers don't come out in the daytime, Mum. He followed me last night, didn't he? She doesn't wait for an answer. You know, I'm glad his car is damaged. He deserves it for not trusting me. The muscles in my neck tighten. I want to scream at her, to tell her that she's wrong, that it was love, not mistrust, that compelled Matt to follow her. But she'll just brush me off with the conviction of someone who hasn't had an ounce of it knocked out of her yet. So instead, I silently remind myself that Miller's self-confidence is a good thing, and head upstairs for a hot shower. I'm sitting on my bed 20 minutes later, drying my hair, when a message pops up on my phone. It's from Annie, to our mum's group. Have you seen the post on Nextdoor? My heart sinks. That website is more popular than you might imagine in a village where gossip is still spread very effectively face to face. This will be about Jess running away. Bill, or one of his friends from church, Must have decided to reach out to a wider audience. With my spare hand, I pushed the phone across the duvet, out of sight. But when it beeps again a few seconds later, I can't help reaching for it. Yes, I can't believe it. Do you think she's been hurt? God, hopefully not a repeat of last Friday night. The hairdryer slips through my fingers. Hot air blasts my midriff until I find the off button. Jess has run away. I remind myself silently. Because we gave her the means to do so. Then a message pops up from Charlotte. Police with Bill and Molly now. Worst Groundhog Day ever. My eyes sting with tears, but I refuse to cry. My friends don't know what I know. If they did, they'd realise that Jess's disappearance makes sense. That she's left 10 grand richer of her own accord. Devastating for the Wainwrights, yes, but not for her. But still, I wish I knew this for certain. I can't contact D.I. Finnemore, and it's not like he'd tell me what's going on anyway. I could go to the pub, talk to Steve, see if he's heard anything. But that's like relying on Dr. Google for a medical diagnosis. There is someone else who the police would keep updated, though. Jess's official guardian. I've only met Colleen once, but I liked her a lot. And she trusted me with Amber's background. I'm sure she'd put my interest in Jess's disappearance down to a mix of my finding her sister's body last Saturday morning and professional curiosity. I head downstairs and straight into the study where my laptop is still plugged in. I pull up my staff database and pause. What's her surname? I scrunch my eyes in concentration until it comes to me. Colleen Byrne. And then the rest is easy. But as I stare at her list of contact details, I hesitate again. Except this time through indecision. An email would be more professional. But a text is bound to elicit faster results. Decision made, I add her number to my contacts and tap out a text. It takes a few aborted attempts before I'm happy with my wording, how I've heard the news from Bill, and feel a sense of responsibility. And then I press send before I change my mind. Her response is almost immediate. Yes, very worrying. I'm on my way to her foster carers now. Police already there. All hoping she ran away, but keeping an open mind. I read her message again. And again. Then I tap out a reply. Could she have gone to see her dad? Did you say he lives in Derbyshire? I'm staring so intently at my screen, willing for it to light up with a response, that I almost drop it when it rings. But I collect myself and press to accept the call. I'm in the car now, so easier to talk on my hands-free than text. Colleen explains in her soft Irish accent. I mumble something incoherent in response. You're right about Jess's dad being in Derbyshire. She goes on. I went to see him yesterday. The local police are going over to his flat this morning, but I'm not confident she's going to show up there. I remember you saying that she had ideas about moving in with him. I start, tentatively. Wouldn't that be the obvious place for her to go? He's her hero, it's true, Colleen says. But now I've met him, I'm not sure I got that right. His mental health seems very fragile. And Jess is smarter than she lets on. I imagine deep down she knows he's not capable of being a proper dad to her. Between you and me, I'm worried that Jess hasn't run away at all. She hasn't taken much of her stuff, if any. Molly and Bill are too upset to know for sure if anything's missing. And if she wanted to start a new life, with her dad or whoever, wouldn't she at least pack a bag? My mind whirs. Maybe she wasn't thinking straight. I try. Grief making her want to cut all ties? Maybe. But Colleen doesn't sound convinced. I close my eyes and then squeeze them more tightly shut. But nothing could have happened to her, surely. I sound like I'm pleading. I cough, level my voice. And it's not like Amber's killer could be involved because I heard on the news that he's in custody. If he did it, she murmurs. What? Sorry, ignore me. Listen, Rachel, I have another call coming through, so I better go. Thanks for calling, for caring. I'll keep you updated. I nod, but can't speak. And a second later the line goes dead. I stare at the sleeping laptop screen. Whatever Colleen thinks, the mechanic boyfriend murdered Amber, and Jess ran away. It's the only explanation, isn't it? I drum my fingernails against the desk. Matt saw Jess collect the money from the bin at Kiln Lakes at about midnight. So she was fine then. She left in the direction of the disused carriages. Miller had to hide from someone there. She looked ashen when she eventually got home, and Miller never gets scared. Could Jess have come across the same person when she walked through 15 minutes later? Did they do something to her? Something violent? Is the boyfriend innocent after all? I was so desperate for Amber's killer to not be either of my daughters that I leapt on the first suspect who was mentioned. But him being innocent doesn't make Miller or Lucy guilty. It would just mean that it was someone else. And if it was, that person is still out there. Did Miller come close to being a victim herself? I move from the study to the kitchen, conflicted in my dual urge to hold my daughter tight and demand that she tells me who she was hiding from. But I can't do either, because the room is empty. Just a note on the table. Gone to the library to revise. I swear under my breath and slump down into my usual chair. I try calling, but her phone is switched off. A few minutes later, I hear the porch door open and Matt walks into the kitchen. He looks exhausted. Miller said you took the car to the garage, I say, gently. Yeah, he mutters. The paintwork's scuffed and there's a ding from where I hit that badger. I called the council, by the way. He adds, running his hand up and down his opposite arm, the swish of skin on skin. They're going to send someone to pick it up this morning. He shifts his gaze downwards. I still feel terrible about it. I reach a hand towards him, but he doesn't reciprocate. As though the intimacy of our conversation last night never happened. It was an accident, I remind him, lowering my hand back down. Badgers are really hard to see at night. Don't blame yourself. I know. I just need to put last night, in fact the whole of last week, behind me and move on. God, what's all this mess on the table? He grimaces, then grabs the dishcloth and starts wiping up the tiny brown slivers, what's left of Miller's Easter bunny. I know this is a sign he's struggling, but I can't deal with the news about Jess by myself. She's gone missing. I tell him. Jess. She wasn't in bed this morning and no one's seen her. Matt keeps wiping. Then he pulls the bench out and starts wiping that down too. She'll have done a runner, taken the money and gone. I mean, what's left for her in Chinner? 2 old people and a personal tragedy that people will never stop talking about. You're right, I say, nodding. She's got a lot to run away from, but I spoke to her social worker just now. I met her at work on Thursday, and the police think something bad might have happened to Jess. Her disappearing so soon after Amber's murder, and also because she doesn't seem to have taken any stuff with her. Her foster carers didn't know for sure. But wouldn't she have taken all her things if it was planned? Who knows how the mind of a troubled, grieving teenager works? Matt says, his tone prickly. He straightens up, pushes the bench back. Look, I've got to work this morning. My bike ride yesterday afternoon went on longer than planned and my inbox has piled up. And before I get a chance to respond, he brushes past me, his gaze averted, and leaves the room. I listen to the study door close behind him. After. Saturday, 11th of May. Rachel. When will you get your car back? I ask, picking at the Moretti bar mat. It was my idea to come out for a drink this evening. Matt's black mood has continued all day, and I thought a change of scene might help. But now I'm here, I feel on edge. They couldn't say, he says tightly. Then he clears his throat, and his voice softens. There's not much damage, but the garage is busy next week, so they need to fit it in around their existing schedule. What about work? I ask. He shrugs. Most of the team are away this week. Various school visits, so I'll just work from home. He falls silent again, and then takes another gulp of beer. He scans the room, and I wonder if he feels exposed, like I do, or if it's because he doesn't want to look at me. You don't seem yourself today. I try. I'm fine. Is it about Jess disappearing? He gives me a disappointed glare, then looks away. Why would I be worried about that? She'll have used the money to run away, just like we predicted. Like we hoped for, remember? I think back to our stilted conversation as we counted down the hours before the drop last night. Our hope that Jess would take the money and then vanish from our lives. Is Matt right? Should I be celebrating rather than catastrophizing? Then I think about the Waitrose bag. The note Miller typed. My dad will kill you. Why the hell can't he even hold eye contact with me? I take a gulp of my gin and tonic. Are you worried about the police then? That detective coming round with more questions for Lucy? He closes his eyes, lets out a deep sigh. I know what being falsely accused of a crime can do, he murmurs, his voice stretched by emotion. I couldn't bear it if Lucy suffers the same fate as me, and for something much more serious. She's been through enough already. She's got us, I say. She knows we'll always be there for her. And what 15-year-old girl is satisfied with that? Lucy's best, and let's be honest, only proper friend left her. Whether there's something romantic going on between Lucy and Bronwyn or not, those two girls have been practically joined at the hip for a decade. Losing her must have been devastating. He pauses. His features soften a notch. Do you remember them doing that blood sister ceremony? I nod, smile at the memory of 2 8-year-old girls, a solemn ritual of friendship, until Miller made them both cry with stories of cross-infection and vampire diseases. But instead of having time to adapt to life without Bronwyn, Matt continues, his face hardening again. Lucy was suddenly being picked on, relentlessly, by 2 fucking nasty teenage girls for no reason at all. And then manipulated into meeting Amber on the very night the girls killed. It's all my fears echoing back to me. But I can't let them drag me down. Otherwise, everything we've done so far, all the lies we've told, the ransom demand we've met, will be for nothing. It being a more serious crime should work in our favour, I point out. Murder is investigated with much more depth than assault. Even if they find out that Lucy met Amber, it's only circumstantial. They'll need more evidence than that to charge her with murder. Real, forensic evidence. I push away the image of Lucy's jeans, the blood spatters that I did my best to wash away, the missing jumper, the denim jacket she supposedly lost. Matt's face clears slightly. Yes, you're right, he says, exhaling. And I'm sorry. He reaches for my hand, grazes my fingers with his. I'm probably just tired. Then he shifts backwards, picks up his pint glass, and drains the remaining beer. Another drink? He asks, standing up. I watch him walk to the bar, then make conversation with Steve's wife, Jade. He's smiling, nodding, and to anyone else he might seem totally at ease. But I can see the muscles in his jaw tremoring, his fingers drumming against his side. Is this really fear for Lucy? Or is something else making him stressed? My dad will kill you. I think about the badger he hit, the damage to his car, his lost hour crying by the roadside. But that's all it was, I remind myself. A string of unfortunate events. And he's explained why he's acting strangely. Here you go, he says, handing me a fresh gin and tonic. I take the goblet from him, the ice clinking as my hand shakes, and watch him sit down. He eyes the Moretti bar mat I've ruined, then slides it across the table and puts it in his pocket, kneading its scrappy edges out of sight. He was tidy even when we first met, back when we were 2 uncool students at one of Oxford's most elite colleges. I remember the cleaner calling him her golden boy because his room would always be spotless. But in those days I could tease him about it. And he wouldn't mind. He'd just raise his eyebrows and look at me sheepishly. That changed when his dad died. And the carefree side of him has never fully returned. I know if I referenced his discomfort with the bar mat now, he'd snap at me. I didn't get a chance to tell you about Miller's journey home last night, I say instead. He narrows his eyes. I saw Miller this morning. She said everything went smoothly. She was cross with you. She didn't fall for your story about hitting the badger in daylight. Too smart, that one. He murmurs. So, what happened on her journey? I don't have the full story, I admit. But she didn't get back until 10 to 1. And she'd been crying, which is not like her at all. She said that she'd seen someone when she was walking past the derelict carriages and had to hide from them, presumably until they left. Poor kid, Matt mutters, on top of everything else. But she didn't tell you who it was? I shake my head. She was exhausted last night, so I didn't push it. And then she was mad about you following her this morning, so I didn't try. And she'd gone to the library by the time I came back downstairs after my shower. I haven't seen her since. He stays quiet for a while, rubs his forehead with the heel of his hand. Do you think it could have been Felix? He asks, eventually. I look up, surprised. Miller hiding from her ex-boyfriend hadn't crossed my mind. I've heard that teenage romances, blossom in that railway dumping ground. He goes on. If Felix had been there with some other girl, Miller wouldn't have wanted to interrupt that. And I imagine it's one of the few things that she might cry about. I sit back in my chair. Could it be something as simple as that? Miller has never explained why her relationship with Felix ended so abruptly, but teenage boys cheating on their girlfriends must be relatively standard behaviour. But if it was Felix who Miller was hiding from, then the threat was personal to her. It wouldn't explain why Jess disappeared. If Miller was hiding all that time, she must have seen Jess walk past, I say. Matt's expression sours. What? Well, if Jess picked the money up about 15 minutes after Miller dropped it, then she'd have been walking past those carriages less than 10 minutes later. As I said, Miller didn't get home until nearer 1 o'clock, and it's only a 10-minute walk from there. So their paths must have crossed. He blinks. It's warm in the pub, and beads of sweat are forming on his forehead. Why does he look so uncomfortable? A weight sinks onto my chest. I take a deep breath. That makes sense, doesn't it? Did Miller say she saw Jess? He asks. I shuffle backwards on my chair, push my spine against its hard wooden back. I told you, I say carefully. I haven't had a chance to talk to her properly. Properly? He lets out a crack of laughter, then lowers his voice. Don't you think it would have been her headline comment if she'd seen the person who's blackmailing us? His question suddenly breathes life into the first thought I had when I found out Jess was missing this morning. That Miller wouldn't admit to seeing Jess in that train carriage graveyard if she'd done something to her. Just like she could have done something to Amber during those lost hours on Friday night. I wonder if the police have searched the disused carriages. There must be at least 30 of them in various states of disrepair up there. I wonder how long it would take to look through them all. I just can't work out how she could have missed seeing Jess. I say. It's a big place, Matt counters. his voice stripped of all warmth. It was dark. Miller was hiding. If she heard someone moving, she would have assumed it was Felix or whoever she was hiding from, and kept her head down even more. My skin prickles. Matt's explanation makes a lot of sense. Why didn't I think like that? Why did I jump to Miller being violent? Does that mean I'm being equally unfair about Matt? Being obsessively tidy and unusually quiet isn't a crime. In fact, many wives would love their husbands to be more like him. Do you really think Jess just ran away? I ask. 100%. Matt says, his voice firm. I can see why other people might question why she didn't take all her stuff. But that's because they don't know she's got a fresh 10 grand in her pocket. Why bother packing your old clothes when you've got plenty of money to buy new ones? This makes sense too, I realise. Where do you think she's gone? I ask quietly. She's only 15. Matt's eyes shift. Who knows? He says, gently. But it's not like the system has done her any favours. With some money in her pocket, maybe she'll thrive on her own. This is symbolic of the new Matt, his disillusionment with the state who employed him for 15 years. It goes against everything I believe in, and listening to him be so dismissive of a system that might creak but is filled with people who genuinely want to make a difference is hard to deal with. But it's easier to let his comments go rather than get into an argument. She's got a dad, I tell him. Up in Derbyshire, her social worker told me she idolises him. Really? He looks at me, then away. Do you think she might have gone there? The police were checking this morning. I suppose she wouldn't have been able to get that far so quickly, even with money for the train fare. But hopefully her dad will keep the police updated. Or hopefully he won't. Matt murmurs. That kid deserves some space. And a chance to make her own decisions. If that translates as her trying to make it work with her dad without social services meddling, then I think she should be allowed to, whether the state thinks he's a fit parent or not. They don't always get it right. I look away, tip the ice-cold drink down my throat. You don't always get it right. That's what Matt is really saying. And perhaps he's got a point. Email from D.I. Finnemore, SIO. To Detective Superintendent Bishop. Subject: Sunday, 12th of May. Update. Sir, victim's sister, Jessica Scott, was reported missing yesterday morning by her social worker, Colleen Byrne. She went to bed as normal on Friday night but was not there when her foster carer checked at approximately 8:30. Missing person investigation has been opened by the area team, but we're pooling info and resources as the cases are so closely linked. Property searched. No sign of forced entry or of a struggle. No window open in Jessica's bedroom. Assumed she left the property of her own accord. Small rucksack missing. Possibly some clothes as well, but foster carers were unable to confirm. Most of her belongings remain. No sign of phone, but records show it hasn't been used since Friday night. All usual checks, hospitals, known acquaintances, etc., have proved unsuccessful so far. CCTV footage being collected today. Open mind about third-party involvement at this stage, but Caden Carter clearly not involved, as he was in police custody. We'll keep you updated. Caden Carter was released on police bail with strict conditions yesterday evening. Interviews were going nowhere, and CPS want answers to forensic anomalies before they'll consider charging him. So that's our focus for now. Also, between you and me, I'm conflicted. He has stuck to his story without any of the usual lying tells. Hard to believe that Amber saw two different people in such a remote location. But not impossible. And the multiple blood samples support that theory. She was an active user of Snapchat, so theoretically, her location could have been known to all her followers via the map function. I'm trying to get more data, but you know social media companies and their fucking privacy obsession. I think I mentioned a lead that Colleen Byrne gave us after Amber's body was found. Raj has been looking into this. About a year ago, Amber was roughed up by an older boy with query gang affiliations while at their last foster home. This is what prompted the girl's move, but the threat was actually aimed at her sister, Jess, and all indications so far are that the girls have completely disengaged from their old life, so this remains a low-priority line of inquiry. However, Raj is tracking down the male involved, now 19 years old, to question him. Also, I was looking through witness statements again last night. There was an 18th birthday party in Chinna the night of the murder, and the mother of the host was interviewed. 2 children had taken ecstasy, which we discovered was supplied by the victim, and the team understandably focused on that. But I noticed that Mrs. Ainsworth, the host's mother, also mentioned that she saw Mr. Rose, Lucy's father, in his car when she was taking some bottles to her recycling box at the front of her house at about 00:45. He asked if the party was over. She confirmed that it was, and he drove away. But Mrs. Rose told me that her husband was fast asleep when she got home at 22:45. I've asked DC Williams to check all CCTV during the evening for his car specifically. I'm starting to wonder if that family aren't as sweet and innocent as they look. Simon. After. Monday, 13th of May. Rachel. I roll onto my back and open my eyes. The darkness is almost absolute, but I can just make out the shadow of our glass pendant ceiling light above me. Its filament bulbs look like 3 black eyes, and I stare into them, willing them to bring me some clarity. But there's nothing. So I turn onto my side, away from Matt, and look at my watch on its stand instead. 4:47. In loud, fluorescent green. Of course, I wasn't going to sleep well after the Sunday I had. Or Sunday afternoon, to be exact, because the day started quite well. Miller offered to come to Waitrose with me, which must be a first, and it gave me a chance to ask her about Friday night. While she didn't exactly shower me with details, after a little encouragement, she did explain what happened. And it turns out Matt was right. It was Felix that Miller was hiding from. And that led to a conversation about why they split up in the first place. Quietly, without making eye contact, Miller told me that Felix had admitted to cheating on her. She didn't know who with, and he promised her that it was over. But she wanted out. And once she got over the initial shock, she found that she liked being single again. Unlike Felix, who just got more desperate to get her back. Miller was starting to entertain the possibility of a reconciliation, when she came across him snogging someone behind one of the derelict carriages on Friday night. In the darkness, Miller couldn't make out who it was, so the girl's identity remains a mystery. But he'd lied, and she almost fell for it. And that hurt a lot. I explained this all to Matt when I got home from the supermarket, how he'd guessed right. I thought he'd be relieved, but he didn't react one way or the other. I tried to make lunch feel normal, cooked a roast lamb with new potatoes, spring vegetables, and homemade mint sauce. Even convinced Matt to open a bottle of Pinot Noir. Miller did her bit, telling us about the revision schedule she'd devised for her study leave. But Lucy was mute, Matt grim-faced, and my own conversation was stilted as I tried not to mention Amber Walsh, Jess Scott, blackmail, bullying, drugs, dead badgers, violent mechanics, or blood-smeared bluebells. And then Charlotte's message popped up on my phone. "Have you heard the news? Wainwright's told this morning. Suspect in custody has been released." I didn't go back to her. Perhaps I should have done, to keep up the pretense of being a gossip fiend like everyone else in the village. But I didn't have the strength for more bad news. So I turned my phone off completely and stacked the plates in the dishwasher with so much gusto that one of them smashed. When the landline rang a few hours later, I chose to let it ring out. But I couldn't completely leave my head in the sand, because when I saw the red light flashing, I listened to the voicemail. It was DC Bazowski. As soon as I heard her voice, the memory of Lucy's interview sprang into my mind, making my chest tighten. But the message wasn't for me or Lucy. The detective was asking for Matt to call her. She didn't say anything more, but that didn't stop my mind racing. My dad will kill you. Was she calling about the note? Had Jess got it to them somehow before running away? Or maybe she dropped it and the police have come across it. It was typed rather than handwritten, but with the link to Lucy, maybe it would have been easy for the police to work out which dad the note was referring to. I couldn't settle after that, or bring myself to tell Matt about the message. So I picked up my car keys, muttered something about going out for fuel, and escaped the house. I had nowhere to go, but I took the main road out of the village towards Kingston Blount. I kept my eyes focused on the tarmac as I passed Kiln Lakes. But just beyond them, in the open fields, I saw a flash of something in the corner of my eye. A sight that made me retch. There were at least a dozen police officers, eyes down, walking slowly across the fields beyond the lake. And there could only have been one reason they were there. The police must think Jess has been harmed, otherwise why would they be searching in the undergrowth? And so close to where Miller left the ransom money. Matt said Jess came from those fields, but left in the other direction. So they're looking in the wrong place. But of course Matt can't explain that to the police. My dad will kill you. Just like Lucy can't admit to seeing Amber on the night she died. I wish she was dead. My phone moves past 5 a.m, and I decide that's close enough to morning to get up. I push back the duvet, shuffle out of bed, and creep from the room. As I wait for the kettle to boil, I stare into the garden, dawn sneaking its way over the fir trees, and try to make sense of what's happened over the last 10 days. How my family has become so entwined in another family's trauma. Except it's not 10 days, I realise, as I pour steaming water into my mug and watch the tea bag balloon then settle. It began last autumn, when Amber and Jess initiated their bullying campaign. Lucy did nothing to provoke them, not at the start or later. But for over 6 months they wouldn't leave her alone. If anything, their bullying escalated over the period. All I could think about was stopping it. So I never put any energy into understanding why they did it in the first place. I lean against the kitchen counter, sip my tea, and realise what I need to do. It's 6:30 when I arrive at my office. I washed in the kitchen sink at home and chose clothes from the laundry pile to avoid going back upstairs, so I look a mess. But luckily the place is deserted. The cleaners have been. They work overnight, and there's a strong smell of furniture polish in the air. I drop into my chair, plug my laptop into the cable curled around my stand, and open up the client database. During the car journey here, I promised myself that I wouldn't pause, that I mustn't give myself an opportunity to change my mind. But as I stare at the search function, my fingers hover over the keyboard. We only have one database in children's services, and of course I have access to it. I'm one of the team's most senior employees. At any point during this whole messy time, I could have logged in, brought up Amber's and Jess's file, and found out everything about them. But I have been doing this job for 25 years, and reading the details of cases you're not involved in just isn't done. It goes against the principles that have etched their way into my skin over the last 2.5 decades. But this is exactly what I came to do this morning. So I need to stop pretending that I'm grappling with my conscience and get on with it. I type Amber Walsh and click into her file. It's all there. Her mother being killed by her abusive partner when Amber was 6 years old. The series of short-term foster carers who looked after her while something more permanent was set in place. The move to Littlemore, a neighbourhood south of Oxford city centre, with her sister Jessica a year later. And then to Chinner in July 2023, due to safety concerns, which all fits with what Colleen told me. But then I noticed the secondary school that Amber attended for a year before she moved. And I feel blood drain from my face. I lean back for a moment, close my eyes. I think about the dead badger and wonder whether the council removed it like they promised Matt. Whether it exists at all. Then, very slowly, as though there's a ton of pressure against my chest, I lean forward again. I crawl my fingers across the keyboard until Jess's file appears, and with a final push of inner strength, I press open and watch the information expand on my screen. 2 years and 2 months before, Thursday, 24th of February, 2022. Jess. In the 1.5 years that she's been at Oxford Comprehensive, this is the first time Jess has been in the head teacher's office. Despite her being a foster kid and related to Amber, the most badly behaved student in Year 7. But that's not why she's petrified. She knows it shows on her face. even with all her freckles for camouflage. She can't hide her fear.
"You look worried, Jessica,"
Mr. Pearson says, in a voice that's supposed to soothe, but does the opposite.
"Listen, don't be. It's brave of you to come forward, and we're grateful. The welfare of our students always comes first, and that means you and Sean."
He gives her an encouraging nod. As head teachers go, Mr. Pearson could be worse. He's not young, but he's not old either. And he doesn't have anything gross like hairy ears or bad breath. Just a grey suit, grey eyes, and, she supposes, a half-decent smile. "Okay," Jess mumbles, pulling at the hem of her skirt. "But can I go now that I've told you? I have geography next period."
"I'm afraid I need to keep you for just a bit longer."
"What for?" Jess's right leg starts jiggling all by itself. She pushes down on her thigh, but instead of her leg settling, her arm joins in. She's wobbling all over the place now.
"Mrs. Davis has informed your tutor,"
he explains,
misinterpreting her concern. "Like she's ever cared about geography, so you won't get into any trouble for missing your lesson."
"But I've already told you everything," Jess whines.
"I know, but I've asked your social worker to come in, Jess. Gail Thompson. And, the police."
Jess looks up. The police? God, she didn't think this through at all. She assumed that she'd tell Mr. Pearson, and that would be it. He'd deal with it from then on. She can't talk to the police. She'll die of a heart attack before doing that.
"Yes, well, they are already involved,"
Mr. Pearson explains.
"It's a serious allegation, you see, so we informed the police yesterday, when Tuesday afternoon's incident first came to light. And I think they will really want to hear what you have to say firsthand."
"Can't you tell them?" Jess begs weakly. "Please?" Understanding wafts across his face. Of course he'll know about her past, her mum.
"I'm very sorry, but it doesn't work that way. That's why I asked Gail to come along. Someone familiar to support you."
Jess bites her lip until it hurts. Gail is their official stand-in mother, but in reality she's useless. Lou, their foster mum, is much nicer. But even she isn't great. Jess and Amber have been living with Lou and Justin for 4 years, so she should feel like a real mum by now, especially as she's the mumsy type. But there's something so unreal about it all. She's too nice, too kind, too try-hard. Most of the time it's easier to take advantage of her good nature and not think too hard about it. They wait in silence. Jess wants to get her phone out, scroll through Instagram. That cow Gail won't let her have TikTok yet. But she daren't risk it in front of her head teacher, so she tries to think about nothing. But that doesn't work either. Not with the police on their way. Her memories about the night her mum died start vague. Lying in bed in the darkness, Amber asleep next to her, or at least pretending to be. The TV on loud in the living room, crackling with cheering crowds and shouty sports commentators. At first her mum and Tyler sounded happy. They even sang when the national anthem played. Glass bottles clinked and thudded on the carpet. But then things shifted. Tyler's voice became angry. Her mum's grew cagey.
They were shouting, a few slaps, wailing, then a loud smack and a thud. A moment later, the front door banged, and it was silent. That's when Jess got out of bed, even though she'd been told never to do that when her mum and Tyler were fighting. She wanted to check her mum was okay. Jackie was lying close to the table. There was blood coming out of her head. It was the worst thing Jess had ever seen in her life, but also mesmerising. The stain spreading like spilled Ribena. Jess thinks that's why she froze. Seconds, minutes. In the 5.5 years since, she's not been able to work that out. But she hopes it was seconds. That there was nothing she could have done. It was the noise outside that made her move again. She thought it was Tyler coming back, so she ran into her room and scrambled into bed. But it wasn't Tyler. The neighbours had called the police. And there they suddenly were, more and more of them, and all of them scary in their black uniforms and clumping boots. In her rush to get into bed, she hadn't shut the door properly. And over the years, counsellors and social workers have made a thing of that. She's never once told anyone the truth of it. Some muffled conversation in the corridor brings Jess back. Someone knocks on the door. "Come in," Mr. Pearson calls out, not hiding his relief at the arrival of suited backup. Jess turns to see Gail walk into the room, followed by a man and woman in dull clothing. Detectives. Mr. Pearson gestures to some chairs lined up against the back wall, and they all dutifully pick one up and place it closer to his desk, as though he's their head teacher. Gail draws her chair closest to Jess and reaches for her hand. But Jess reacts in time, pulling it away and sliding both her hands between her knees. Everyone pretends not to notice, even though everybody does. "So, Jess," Mr. Pearson starts. "Obviously you know Gail. And this is D.S. Sawyer and D.C. Blake." He gestures towards the woman and then the man. "They're investigating the incident. I just want you to tell them everything you've told me this morning." Jess tries to pull her face into a smile, but it doesn't work. "Hi, Jess," D.S. Sawyer says, spotting her terror in a nanosecond. She's got red hair too, and a translucent complexion, although no freckles. "Hi. Thanks for talking to us. Mr. Pearson said you witnessed the assault on Sean Russo on Tuesday afternoon. That must have been shocking." The detective's being nice, Jess thinks. Is this because she's a 13-year-old kid, or is it standard behaviour for the police? A way to catch people off guard? She sighs and looks down at her lap. God, why did she decide to stay behind for art club on Tuesday? And then spill water on her painting, her watercolour, of course, and skulk out because she was too embarrassed to clean it up. More importantly, why did she then go home and tell Amber what had happened? She knows that Amber is basically in love with Sean, even though he's 5 years older than her. Of course, she'd make Jess talk to Mr. Pearson. Yes, she starts. "From outside? Through the window?" "Sorry, Jess, could you hold on a sec?" D.C. Blake interrupts, unfolding his laptop. "I'm just going to type up your statement and then you can sign it at the end, okay?" Jess has never signed a document before. The thought makes her skin itch. But she gives him a small nod. "Great. So you saw Mr. Rose strike Sean Russo on Wednesday at about 4:45 p.m.
What? I'm not sure what time it was, Jess says, panic really setting in. I just saw the punch through the window. The red-haired detective gives her colleague an annoyed look. Sorry, Jess, you tell us in your own words. Let's start with why you were still at school at that time. I'd been at art club. Jess starts. But I was feeling a bit sick, so I decided to leave early. I went to the loo and then headed for the school gates, which meant walking across the courtyard. I suppose it was about 4:45 p.m. Jess pauses, but no one says anything, just looks at her expectantly. So she carries on. The English classrooms run across the back, and I saw Sean in the middle one. I don't think I knew his surname was Russo. But you do know him then? D.S. Sawyer pushes. It's gentle, but Jess still wonders if the detective thinks she's lying, which isn't fair. For one, she's not friends with Sean, and for two, she would not put herself through this horror show for the sake of friendship, even if they were. This is only about doing the right thing. I know of him more than know him, she says, which feels like a good answer, and almost the truth. He's way older than me. Jess is in year 8. Mr. Pearson pipes up, while, as you know, Sean Russo is resitting his maths and English GCSEs, so he's effectively in year 12. Thank you for clarifying. The detective smiles at the head teacher, then turns back to Jess. You saw Sean? She prompts. Yeah. He was at the front of the classroom, standing up by the desk. I couldn't hear anything, but he looked like he was shouting. At Mr. Rose? D.C. Blake interrupts again, and then looks embarrassed when the woman detective gives him another one of her looks. I don't know, because I didn't recognise the man with him. He doesn't take any of my lessons, Jess explains. She's feeling a bit bolder now. I guessed he was a teacher because he was old and wearing a suit, but really he looked more like a boxer. Although not a very good one, because when Sean pushed him in the chest, not even that hard, he stumbled. I couldn't see him then. I guess he fell over. And when he came back, his fist was clenched. His left, I think. And he just swung it at Sean, smashing him in the face. So Sean pushed him? D.S. Sawyer repeats, and the teacher retaliated by punching Sean in the face. What happened after that? Jess squints her eyes in concentration. The teacher pulled his arm back again, as though he was going to hit Sean a second time, but Sean ducked down. He had his hands over his eye like this. Jess cradles her right cheekbone in her cupped palms. I think he grabbed a bag from the floor and left. The teacher kind of slumped down and I lost sight of him again. D.S. Sawyer leans back against the plastic chair. Thank you, Jess. You've been really helpful. Jess gives her a half smile and then signs a shaky squiggle on D.S. Blake's screen. 2 years, 2 months before. Thursday, 24th of February, 2022. Jess. Jess watches the boys shoot hoops. Sometimes she wishes she could join them.
She's tall enough. But one of them might tell her to fuck off, and she couldn't stand the shame. So she turns to Amber, leaning against the fence next to her instead. "Shall we go home?" she asks. "I'm freezing my tits off in this wind." Amber smirks. "What tits?" "Ha ha, very funny," Jess responds, trying to look like it doesn't bother her that Amber is only 11 and already wears a bigger bra size than her. Honestly, though, why are we even here? An empty park when it's freezing cold and spitting rain? "We'll leave soon," Amber says, dismissing Jess's request with a flick of her hand. "But Sean's coming down tonight." "You're obsessed with that guy," Jess grumbles. "No, I'm not," Amber snaps. "We're good mates, that's all. You're just jealous." Jess looks at her sister like she's crazy for suggesting that. But secretly, it's true. She is jealous. Except not in the way Amber thinks. Jess isn't interested in Sean. She just wishes Amber would look up to her like she does to him. "Anyway, it's you he wants to talk to today," Amber continues. Even though it's Arctic, a sheen of sweat starts to form on the back of Jess's neck. "Me? Why?" "He wants to thank you for going to see Pearson today. I've told him about Mum, so he knows how hard it was for you." Jess nods slowly, unsure how she feels. She doesn't like that Sean knows how their mum died. It's private and embarrassing. Murdered at home, Jess and Amber there. Tyler still in prison for it. But she likes the idea of being thanked. Sitting in Pearson's office with those detectives this morning was proper peak. She deserves some praise. 5 minutes later, Amber tips her head towards the park's entrance, and they watch Sean walk across the grass with some mates. She forces herself to keep her gaze steady, which is why a small whimper escapes when she sees his face up close. Amber has already shown her a photo, but it's nothing compared to the real-life version. Sean's right eye is swollen closed. The whole eyelid is bruised, mainly deep blue, but with a red lightning strike above his eyebrow where the skin is split. There's more bruising around the eye, and it's working its way down his cheek too. The last time Jess saw injuries like this were on her mum. Her knees feel wobbly, and she wonders if they're going to fold. She shifts her gaze just over his shoulder, and it's enough to find control of her limbs again. "Wow, he really slammed you," she says. "Yeah, you noticed." Sean tries to smile, but his face is off-center. "He's out of control, that guy. And now the world's gonna know about it, thanks to you." "I don't think you needed me to tell anyone," Jess says, still staring at his injury. "I think your face does a pretty good job of that by itself." "Not with the way the feds around here think. They'd always take a teacher's side over mine. Say I got this in a gang fight or some bullshit like that. But now there's a witness. They can't pull that stunt." Jess feels both proud and scared by the responsibility. "Well, he definitely shouldn't get away with that," she offers, nodding towards Sean's face. She's known Sean for about 6 months now.
but he's always been Amber's friend. This is the first time they've had a proper conversation. I heard he's been suspended. Amber pipes up, edging forwards, perhaps sensing a new threat from her sister. Maybe even fired. He hasn't been in school since it happened, they reckon. That piece of shit deserves to be in jail, Sean says, gruffly. First, that guy makes me stay behind because of fucking backchat. And when I refuse to apologise, he goes mental. I halfway stand up for myself and the psycho does this.
Did the police take photographs? Jess asks. Of your injury?
Yeah, yesterday. I went into school like normal, but Pearson saw me in the corridor. He asked what was up with my eye, so I told him. He sent me home, and then the feds turned up about an hour later. I told them everything, and they said they'd look into it. I didn't think shit would happen, to be honest, until I heard you talk to Pearson today.
What did your mum say about it? Amber asks. The idea of Sean having a family feels weird to Jess. He's always seemed so old, like an adult, with mates who own cars. But he's still at school, so he must be looked after by someone.
I haven't told her,
Sean says. His voice a mix of defensive and sad.
Made sure the feds and school keep their mouths shut too. She only had her operation on Tuesday, so she'll be in hospital for another week.
Jess glances at Amber. Her sister doesn't look surprised by Sean's comment. So she must know what he's talking about. Jess knows enough about sick mums not to ask about it, but the damage to his face makes more sense now. Like he went looking for a beating because he was worried about his mum. That doesn't excuse the teacher, though. Makes it worse, in fact. So, you're on your own until then? Amber asks. Maybe I should come over and we could watch a movie or something.
Thanks, but all I can think about right now is making sure that prick Rose gets his punishment.
He leans back against the fence and kicks it with his heel.
I just can't believe it's going to take so long.
Amber takes a sidestep closer to him. His brush-off already forgiven. What do you mean, so long? Sean purses his lips, then blasts a shot of air through them.
The police told me apparently assault cases are taking months to get to court. Maybe even years. And it's not like the feds would lock Rose up on remand for one punch.
Jess doesn't know what these phrases mean. On remand. Months to get to court. Don't the police just arrest you and put you in prison? That's what happened to Tyler. She's sure of it.
So what happens between now and then?
Amber asks. And thank God she does. Because there's no way Jess was going to risk speaking. Sean shrugs.
Nothing. Rose will probably be chucked out of school, but he won't get done properly until the court case. Let's just hope Jess remembers what she put on her statement when it finally comes around.
Jess's head jerks as she hears her name. Me? What do you mean?
Well, you'll have to go to court, won't you? Tell the judge what you saw.
Court? Jess's mouth is so dry she can hardly speak. Sean pulls back his face until it looks somewhere between disapproving and confused.
What did you think was going to happen?
I don't know, Jess mumbles. She feels unsteady on her feet. She wonders if she's going to faint. Then Amber's hand slips discreetly into hers.
and the feel of her sister's cold fingers are just enough to settle her. 1 year before. Tuesday, 16th of May, 2023. Jess. Come on, Jess. At least eat the mash. Lou's voice whines, pleads, frustration hovering underneath. Jess doesn't want to cause another argument, and she's not keen on seeing Lou cry again either. So she dips her fork into the grey-white stodge and scoops up the smallest bit she can. 3 little peaks of mashed potato on the fork's prongs goad her. What are you going to do now, bitch? She jams her eyes closed. A perverse attempt to shut out the voices. And forces the gunk into her mouth. She almost gags, but somehow manages to control her reflex, and it mercifully slides down her throat. Lou looks relieved. Justin hardly looks at her at all anymore. Not for the last 6 months, at least. She's heard them arguing about it, hissed whispers through the thin bedroom wall when she's supposed to be asleep. Justin admitting that he doesn't understand it. She's already skinny, he says. So if that's why she's doing it, congratulations, Jess, you've got what you want. And then Lou explains, always crossly, that it's nowhere near that simple. That Jess has a serious mental health condition with physical symptoms, and that the effort it takes to put one morsel of food in her mouth is like swimming a mile against the strongest current. Jess doesn't understand why Lou gets it. But it's probably got something to do with her trawling eating disorder websites and reading a load of books. Except she doesn't always get it. Like now. Lou's expression has already changed. The relief gone. She's not thinking about the hellish current Jess is swimming against. She just wants Jess to eat more and more. Until she finishes the whole fucking plateful. A burst of anger fills Jess's chest. Why does everyone always want stuff from her? Things she's not capable of giving them. She pushes back her chair, flips open the bin and deposits the food in one motion. Jess! Lou cries out. Why did you do that? I'm not hungry. She mutters. You can't live on thin air, for God's sake. She ate loads of biscuits after school. Amber pipes up. That's why she can't finish her dinner. That's right, isn't it, Jess? Did you? Lou asks. And her voice is so dripping in hope that Jess wants to laugh, cry, and scream all at the same time. Except she's too tired to do any of them. Yeah, she manages. Sorry. Okay, well, I guess biscuits are better than nothing. Can I go now? Lou nods, looks away, dejected. Jess closes the kitchen door behind her. She doesn't even feel like hanging out with Amber right now. And tackles the stairs. She's exhausted. Weighed down by fear. And every step takes effort. But eventually she reaches her bedroom and flops down onto her bed. Justin is wrong, she thinks, as she strokes her jawline with 2 fingers, feeling for the soft hair that she discovered there a couple of days ago. Something else that doesn't make sense. The feel of it both comforting and gross. She doesn't give two fucks about being skinny. It's more that she's too full to eat. A supersize serving of dread that's been growing in her gut for more than a year, waiting to explode. Which it will do, in exactly 7 days' time. She's been thinking about nothing but the upcoming trial since last February, and yet getting that envelope through the post. And the cold, formal letter inside sparked a whole new level of terror. And it wasn't even about the actual trial. The letter says she's got to have a meeting with the Crown Prosecution Service and their advocate, whatever that means, who's going to argue the case in court. The letter called it an opportunity for Jess to familiarise herself with what will happen on the day. A valuable experience to help put her at ease. What the fuck is valuable about talking to a bunch of strangers who use words she doesn't understand? People who've got the power to put her in jail. She's never been inside a court. Didn't even know about them when Tyler got done for her mum's murder. But she's seen enough movies since to know how scary they are. God, she's going to be sick. She rolls onto her side, closes her eyes. Bile collects underneath her tongue. But she waits, and the moment passes. There's a knock at the door, followed immediately by it swinging open. Without looking, Jess knows it's Amber. Lou and Justin would never walk inside until she gave them permission. "What's going on?" Amber demands, dropping onto the end of Jess's bed. "Why the fuck have you stopped eating?" "I haven't," Jess whispers, lamely. "It will kill you. You do realise that?" Amber throws back. "And then it will be just me on my own. Dead mum, no dad, dead sister. It's easy to cover for you. Lou is so gullible it's embarrassing. But that's not a good thing. Not with this, anyway." "I'm sorry," Jess whispers. Heavy tears now rolling onto the pillow. "I want to eat," she tries to explain. "But when I look at the food, I don't know. It looks disgusting. Like a pile of maggots." "That's bullshit talk." Amber spits back, her eyes ablaze. "You need to snap out of this crap, all right?" She's so angry she's almost snarling. But Jess knows Amber, and how much meaner she is when real feelings threaten. "I will. I promise. And soon, yeah? You're a fucking skeleton, Jess. You can't keep doing this." "I said I'd eat, okay?" Amber doesn't respond. But she doesn't move either. She hovers at the end of Jess's bed, staring. Her expression both furious and upset. Jess needs her to leave, needs some space outside the glare of her sister's eyes. "I'm really tired now, though," she says. "I'll get some sleep and then have some toast when I wake up." Amber's face softens very slightly. "You promise?" "On my life." The words hang between them for a moment. Then Amber shakes her head, lets out a resigned sigh, and leaves the room. Jess rolls onto her back. Amber is right. She is slowly killing herself. And she doesn't want to die. At least, not always. Sometimes it feels like the easiest way out, in the middle of the night when the house is deathly silent and she can't sleep. But those thoughts never last. She wants to escape her life, her future, not destroy it. And there is another way. It's the cowardly thing to do, so she doesn't understand why it's so fucking scary. With just one phone call, the dread would vanish. And hopefully, with it, the tightness in her throat, her chest, her gut. Lou would stop crying. Justin might look at her again. And most importantly, Amber wouldn't have to worry about losing her sister. She can hardly move, she's so tired. But she forces herself to roll over, then sit up. Her phone is still in her school bag. She's even lost interest in that over the last few months. The funny memes that mock her, the inspirational quotes that shame her. But this is her way out. She finds her social worker's contact details with shaking fingers and presses on her number. Hello, Gail Thompson. It's Jess. She starts. Her head is swimming now. She lies back down but keeps the phone by her ear. Hi, Jess, Gail says, her voice slowing. Are you okay? I can't do it, she whispers. Tears bubble in the corners of her eyes. Can't do what? The words are blunt, but Gail's tone is soft enough for Jess to keep going. I can't go to court. Oh, okay, I see. Jess imagines Gail's mind whirring, her hair flaring with the static it causes. I could talk to dear Sawyer, she suggests. See if you could give your evidence by video link instead. There are lots of options for child witnesses. Would that be better? I can't do any of it, Gail. Court. Telling everyone what I saw. Answering their questions. It was too long ago. I can't remember anything. You'll have a chance to read your statement. No, Gail, no, I just can't. Gail hesitates. She knows about Jess's issues with eating. Her query anorexia, except without a diagnosis because the waiting list to see a specialist is too long. Jess, I'm really sorry, she says, carefully. But it's not that easy. What do you mean? Well, you're a witness in a criminal case. You provided a signed statement. The CPS decide whether it goes to court, not you. What? No. Panic rises in Jess's chest. She pushes up against the headboard. So how do I get out of it? You're the only witness, Gail reminds her quietly. Without your testimony, I imagine the CPS wouldn't have a case. I'm sorry, but I don't think you can get out of it. But I didn't see anything, Jess blurts out. A second lapses as Gail catches up. What? Yes, sorry, Jess babbles. I made it all up. I didn't look through that window at all. Why would you do that? Gail asks. She's trying to sound calm, but her quivering voice gives her away. I don't know. Did the boy, Sean Russo, force you to? What? No, nothing like that. Jess pulls her knees up to her chest. Wishes she could fold in on herself so tightly that she disappeared. But I didn't see anything, so the CPS won't want me to go to court. Will they? 1 year before. Wednesday, 17th of May, 2023. Jess. Jess turns onto her street. She's feeling so much better already. Even school was halfway decent today. When she told Gail last night that she hadn't seen anything on the afternoon Sean was assaulted, and Gail had reluctantly offered to talk to the police on her behalf, she felt giddy with relief. She still couldn't face normal food, but she'd gone downstairs and asked for some chocolate. Lou had watched on, rapt, as Jess gobbled down a whole dairy milk. And Jess had woken up this morning with some energy inside her for the first time in ages. Lou and Justin's house is nothing special. Paving slabs at the front, a PVC door, a few windows, pebbled ash on the outside, which Lou hates, but Justin says they can't afford to remove. But it's home. And Jess feels a sense of peace descend as she slots her key into the lock and turns. Jess, is that you? Lou's voice is tight, stressed. And it stops Jess in her tracks. An image pops up in her mind. A car she didn't recognise parked right outside the house. She coughs. Yeah? Can you come in the kitchen? Gail's here. Jess's shoulders drop. Didn't she tell Gail everything she had to say last night? Do they really have to go over it all again face to face? And, some police officers? Lou adds. Jess reaches out for the newel post to steady herself. Gail was supposed to deal with it all. She promised that she would. She could run back outside, Jess thinks. But if she did, would they come after her? Tackle her to the ground in front of the neighbours? With a sense of inevitability, she kicks off her scuffed school shoes and trudges into the kitchen. The room is too crowded, and Jess instantly feels like she's suffocating. Their table is supposed to seat 4, but it's always a squash, and that's with her and Amber still being kids. Now there's D.S. Sawyer, D.C. Blake, and Gail all sitting down, plus Lou hovering close to the kettle. Hello, Jess, D.S. Sawyer says, nodding to the empty chair. Do you want to join us? No, Jess thinks. I want you to leave my house. I want to go to bed and pretend you don't exist. Jess sinks into the chair to avoid eye contact. She stares at the garden through the window. A small patch of grass and a rusty trampoline. So, I understand you've changed your story? D.S. Sawyer starts. There's an edge to her voice. Accusing. She's not pretending to be nice anymore. Which, to be honest, was quite a shock to hear. She goes on. A few weeks before the trial is due to start. So which is it, Jess? Are you scared to go to court? Or did you really not see the incident take place? Jess keeps her eyes fixed on the window. Amber can do backflips on that trampoline. But she's always been too scared to try. I didn't see it, she whispers. I'm sorry. You're sorry? Did you know that making a false statement is a crime? The detective says curtly. And your evidence was critical to this case. There's no way we'll get a guilty verdict without your testimony. Jess's eyes sting. It's not like her to show her emotions, especially not in front of strangers, but she can't keep them in. She's tired. She'd planned to eat lunch in the dinner hall today, but there was nothing she liked, so she made do with an apple and a packet of Skittles from the tuck shop. "I just want it to stop," she whispers. She drops her head onto the table. The washing machine is mid-cycle, and she stares at the knickers and t-shirts being flung around the drum. Jess has been through a lot, Lou reminds everyone softly. Both a while ago and more recently. I think the most important thing is to make sure she's okay. Gail sits up taller, maybe realising that was her line. Lou is right. Jess's well-being must come first. If she feels that she made a mistake in her original statement, then we need to accept that.
Let's not forget the defendant has always maintained his innocence,
DC Blake says.
Very strenuously. If Jess didn't see anything, then perhaps he didn't do it. Maybe our first instinct that Russo picked up his injuries in a street fight and just blamed Mr. Rose because he didn't like him was correct all along.
DS Sawyer stares at Jess, as though trying to drill the truth out with her eyes. But eventually she looks away. "Okay, well, I'll speak to the CPS," she says, with an air of defeat. "And I guess I'll tell them that I don't think we should charge Jess with anything." She adds begrudgingly, "It isn't really in the public interest." She pauses for a moment. "But, Jess?" "Yes?" Jess whispers, her voice trembling. "Don't ever pull a stunt like that again, okay?" DS Sawyer pushes up to standing, and her colleague follows suit. A chink of light sparkles dimly in Jess's mind. The possibility that this might finally be over. "Wait," Lou says, lifting her hands. "Do we need to talk about Sean Russo?" "In what context?" DS Sawyer asks, her hands resting on the top of the chair, her mind already onto the next case. "Well, he's not going to be pleased about this, is he?" Lou goes on. "The case against the guy who assaulted him, allegedly, or whatever, being dropped. He'll see it as Jess's fault. And he's a tough 18-year-old guy. What if he takes his frustration out on her?"
"We have no record of Sean Russo being violent,"
DC Blake says.
"He's known to us, but for different offences."
"And how many assaults actually make it onto the police database?" Lou throws back. Jess doesn't know this Lou, the one who raises her voice. The strangeness of it makes her feel uncomfortable. DS Sawyer turns to Lou and lifts her hands. "I understand your concerns. I really do. But we can't help, I'm afraid. A potential crime in the future definitely isn't within our remit."
"Could you not even give him a warning?"
Lou asks. "Tell him you've got your eye on him?" The law doesn't work that way. Not anymore, anyway. There are options, court injunctions, for example, but Sean was the victim of this crime, so I doubt any judge is going to curtail his freedom just because you asked them to. Sorry," she adds as an afterthought. "And now we need to go." As Lou shows them out, Jess feels the oxygen levels in the room rise a fraction, but she can't fully relax until Gail has gone too. The social worker twists in her chair to face her. What do you think, Jess? She asks. Are you worried how Sean Rousseau might react? Jess pulls at her bottom lip. Lou slips back in. She must have heard Gail's question, because she stares expectantly at Jess. This whole thing happened ages ago? Jess starts, trying to sound offhand. Maybe he won't care about it anymore. She's not sure she believes it, especially with the stories going round about Sean. How he's hanging out with a gang now, selling drugs for them. But she wants to stop Lou worrying. Do you think so? Lou says, breaking into a relieved smile. But it folds into a frown when there's a loud thud in the hallway. The front door flying into the adjacent wall, and thumping footsteps towards the kitchen. What the fuck have you done? Amber screeches from the doorway. Her hair is sweaty and tangled, her shirt collar ripped. Oh my God, Amber, what happened to you? Lou reaches out, but Amber shrugs her away, irritated by the interruption. Is it true? She demands, narrowing her eyes at Jess. Have you pulled your statement? I can't go to court, Jess whispers. It's too much. You told me to sort myself out, remember? I meant you're eating, Amber shouts. Not this. Not signing your own fucking death warrant. Oh, shit, Lou moans in the background. But Sean might not care anymore. Jess pleads, clinging to her own version of reality. Oh my God, you're fucking delusional. Amber drops down into the chair next to Jess, grabs both her wrists and pulls her round, forcing her to make eye contact. Why do you think I look like this? And how much worse do you think you'd look if it was you he caught instead of me? Did he hurt you? Jess whispers, her voice trembling. He was my friend, Jess. Amber screeches, squeezing tighter, digging her nails into Jess's soft flesh. And now he hates me? How could you do that to me? What if I explain? Jess whines. Tell him that I'm sorry? Are you really that stupid? Jess's bottom lip quivers. She grabs it with her top teeth, but that makes her eyes water. That's enough, Amber, Lou says, her assertive voice back. Let your sister go. Then she turns to Gail. But we can't ignore it. Jess could be in real danger here. What do you think he'll do to me? Jess whispers. Her chest is constricting again, her eyes swimming. Jesus, when is this all going to be over? I don't know, Jess. Amber hisses. But you brought this on yourself. I don't like this at all, Gail says decisively. Me neither, Lou agrees. But what options do we have? The detective already said the police can't help. Leave it with me, Gail says grimly. I need to discuss this with the team. 10 months before. Saturday, 22nd of July, 2023. Jess. Jess looks around the unfamiliar living room and feels an intense urge to reach for her sister's hand. But she's too old for that. And also, Amber is still barely speaking to her. Right. We don't stand on ceremony here, Bill says, with the ease of someone who's fostered lots of kids before. There are a few rules, of course. Shoes off at the door, help with the washing up after dinner,
that kind of thing. But mainly, we just ask for honesty and some mutual respect. Does that sound okay? The words wash over Jess, but she nods, and it seems enough.
Thank you, Bill. We really appreciate it, Amber says.
She's been slagging off their new Jesus-loving geriatric foster carers since they were first introduced to Molly and Bill a few weeks ago. But now she and Jess are officially moving in. She's got a job to do. Getting their foster carers on side enough to cut her the slack she needs. That's nice, Amber, Molly says, but in a tone that suggests Amber needs to work a bit harder than that. Now, do you fancy seeing your bedrooms? Bill asks. You might have to toss a coin for them, though. One is a decent size. It's got bunk beds, a desk, and plenty of storage, but the other is a bit more of a box room, if I'm honest. Come on. They traipse up the stairs in a line. Bill at the front, Jess pulling up the rear as usual. Bill was right about the second bedroom being small, but maybe Jess should take it anyway. A peace offering. Amber was so mad when social services said that it wasn't safe for them to stay with Lou and Justin, just 3 days after Jess withdrew her statement about that teacher hitting Sean. And she couldn't take it out on Gail because it wasn't her who delivered the news. It was a new woman with an Irish accent, Colleen, who explained that Gail had moved to a new job. Colleen said that their current situation had been deemed unsafe, and Amber and Jess would be moving to a new foster family as soon as they could organise it. Probably at the end of the school year. Somewhere far away from Sean Russo. Amber had been furious and had stormed out of the house as soon as Colleen left. Jess had worried that she might never see her sister again, that Sean would find her and hurt her. But Amber had turned up eventually. Drunk and stoned, but alive. She didn't learn her lesson, though. The next day, Saturday, she disappeared again, and was gone all day that time. Lou was proper freaked by the time she got home, around 7 o'clock. But luckily, that was the last time Amber went AWOL. She never liked that they had to move, but she seemed to accept it after that. She even talked to Colleen about her GCSEs and asked for her preferences to be taken into account when the foster team looked for a new home for them. She and Amber then spent their remaining weeks living in semi-confinement, driven to and from school, not allowed out unless it was to a specific event with a defined guest list. And then, finally, term finished. And it was time to go. Saying goodbye to Lou and Justin had been hard. They all cried. Even Amber got a bit teary. But what broke Jess's heart the most was seeing the relief that diluted Lou's sadness. What do you think, Jess? She snaps back to the conversation. Sorry, what? We could share, couldn't we? You take the top bunk, I take the bottom. It'll be more fun if we're together. Really? Amber beams at her. Jess doesn't understand what's going on. Is this part of the act? When Colleen picked them up this morning, Amber was still giving her the silent treatment. What could have happened in the last couple of hours to cause such a big shift? Of course. Amber calls out, Is that okay, Molly? Bill? I think that's a wonderful idea, Molly says, breaking into a smile. already starting to fall under Amber's spell. Not so savvy after all. Our own girls always shared. They're in their late 20s now and still thick as thieves. Now, why don't we let you settle in? Come down when you're ready. No hurry. They watch the old couple trundle back down the stairs. Then Amber steps inside the bunk bedroom, and Jess follows. It's a good room. Bill and Molly's house isn't any bigger than Lou and Justin's, but there's grass in the front garden rather than paving slabs. And Jess can see 3 majestic birds circling the sky as she looks through the window. Maybe it will be all right here, she ventures, in the countryside. Yeah, maybe. Amber's response isn't exactly enthusiastic, but it's so much better than the usual "I'd rather fucking die" that Jess can't hold back her curiosity any longer. Why are you being so nice all of a sudden? Amber's expression becomes thoughtful. Because maybe I agree that it's not all bad, us moving out here. Do you mean that? Jess squints in confusion. Amber pulls her phone out of her back pocket, taps it against her thigh. Well, Sean thinks so anyway. Jess's heart rate ticks up. Sean? She says, guardedly. We're not supposed to be. Sean was my friend, remember? Amber cuts in, before you screwed things up. He hurt you. He threatened me. You provoked him. Jess wonders if she should leave it. Just be grateful that Amber's finally softening towards her. But Sean Russo isn't the boy Amber fell in love with anymore. Since his mum was told that her cancer was terminal, he's been hanging out with proper roadmen on the estate, and he's got into drugs, both taking and selling them. As her older sister, doesn't she have a duty to protect Amber? Why are you so desperate to be friends with someone like him anyway? She asks. Amber twists to look at Jess, her expression confrontational. Because he's exciting and hot. And he thinks I'm cool, at least he used to. She turns away again. And he's offered me a job, which means I won't have to live off the shit pocket money we get, and that'll be good for both of us. A job? Doing what? Amber shrugs, selling a bit of weed. What? Jess splutters. We're supposed to be cutting ties with our old life, and especially, mainly him. Jess's knees suddenly feel weak. She folds down onto the carpet. You said he'd kill me if he saw me. Yeah. And that's why I went to see him the night we were told we had to move. Amber explains, her irritation growing. To beg him to forgive you. It wasn't for me. I needed to get him back on side so that you'd be safe. You don't think us being the other end of the country would stop him tracking you down if he wanted to? Jess blinks back tears. Does he know where we are now? Did you tell him our address? Stop stressing, sis. And no, he doesn't know where we are. Exactly. Exactly, Jess whispers, horrified. Just trust me, okay? 8 months before. Tuesday, 12th of September, 2023. Jess. Jess reaches her hand into the packet of jelly babies and pulls 3 out. 2 red and an orange.
Overall, her eating hasn't improved much since she arrived in Chinna, but sweets never seem to stick in her throat. So she puts one in her mouth and chews. So? Jess turns towards her sister. She and Amber are sitting on the thick grass, heels up to their bums, the brightly coloured rations placed between them. They found the nature reserve on Chinna Hill, a small clearing surrounded by tall trees a mile or so up from the village, soon after they moved to Chinna, and it's become their favourite place to hang out. So what? She asks, although she knows exactly what her sister is asking. She's in your year? Amber reminds her, already impatient. So have you seen her? Do you have any lessons with her? Jess pulls at the grass. When Amber confided in her about her big master plan, the one she'd come up with on that Saturday she disappeared, the day after she got wasted with Sean, and he'd told her there was only one way she could earn his forgiveness. Jess was so shocked she could hardly breathe. Everything had seemed okay at first, Amber told her. Sean had invited her to his flat, given her wine and a spliff, talked about his mum and all the side effects of her chemo. But then he turned. Bang. Like Tyler used to do. Told Amber that if she didn't find a way to pay for Jess's fuck-up, he'd kill them both. He said that Rose needed to suffer, and if Jess was too chicken shit to go to court, then Amber needed to find a less legal way to make him pay. And then he gave Amber Mr. Rose's home address. She still doesn't know how he got hold of it. And chucked her out of his flat. Amber can be resourceful when she wants to be, and she got up early the next day, worked out which bus went to Chinna, and got on it. Finding the house was easy, she said. But she still had no clue how to go about making Rose pay. She was 13, and short for her age. Rose was in his 40s, and built like a brick wall. But she watched the house, saw the family come and go, and slowly the plan formed. When Amber first explained it, Jess wondered if the plan started with jealousy, although she didn't dare suggest it to Amber. The perfect family. 2 daughters with a mum and a dad who loved them. Just like her and Amber in some ways, and completely not like them in others. But Amber said it was the way Rose acted around the younger, skinnier one. Like she was a precious doll that he adored and needed to protect. She realised that he might be too difficult for a 13-year-old kid to punish. But his daughter wasn't. And if he loved her like that, wouldn't hurting her hurt him even more? Amber asked around the village, worked out that all the kids went to Lord Frederick's in Tame, then looked it up. She found out that it was the only school in Oxfordshire that offered Arabic GCSE, and then told Colleen that she had a burning desire to study the language. Of course, the sad fuck social worker loved the idea of Amber having ambition and began looking for a foster home in the catchment area. That their new foster carers turned out to live in the exact same village as the Roses was just a mad coincidence. Or a sign. Amber said that someone was on their side, looking out for them. Maybe their mum. Jess and Amber have been students at Lord Fred's for 1 week so far. There are a similar number of kids overall to their last school, but the Lord Fred's site is bigger, with different blocks dotted all over the place. Jess has spent most of the week getting lost But she does have good news for her sister. Yeah, she's in my art class. She's called Lucy.
That's amazing, sis.
Well done. Amber's eyes shine with a mix of excitement and relief. Have you spoken to her? Not really. Amber nods slowly. Okay, don't. Not yet anyway. I'll talk to Sean first, then tell you what to do next. Jess is so used to being bossed around by her baby sister that her instruction barely registers as one. Do you feel bad at all? She asks quietly. What we're about to do to Rose's daughter. It's not like she punched Sean. It doesn't really feel fair. Amber gives her a dark look. Is it fair that our mum got killed? Or that your dad is too mental to look after you? Tears threaten. Jess widens her eyes, prays for the cool air to dry them. I guess not, she whispers. Her dad should be in prison, remember? For what he did to Sean. But because he's got a good job, wears a suit, lives in a little cottage with his perfect family, he gets away with it? Yeah, you fucked up, pulling your statement, but the police could have believed Sean anyway, couldn't they? Except they never would. Because Rose is a saint in their eyes, and Sean is a scumbag. Like us. And that's why we need to stick together. Take matters into our own hands. Maybe. Jess whispers. What Amber says does make sense. But she was hoping that this new start in Chinna would mean she didn't have to think about Sean's assault. Or her screw-up. That she could start afresh. I guess I was hoping I could move on from all that. She admits, quietly. But this is the only way that's going to happen. We make Lucy Rose's life a fucking nightmare, or Sean will come for us. It's that simple. Think of it as survival. Jess considers that. It's true that Lucy's much luckier than her, that she's never had to deal with rejection or death. Why the hell should she feel sorry for a girl like that? Yeah, you're right, she concedes. But we've only been there a week. What if we get in trouble? Amber pulls out another jelly baby. Don't worry about that. I know exactly how to play the foster kid card with that snooty head teacher. And there's after school, too. But what if her dad sees us? He never taught either of us. He's got no clue who we are. Pearson might have told Rose that I was the witness, Jess says, airing the worry that's been rumbling around her head since Amber first explained her plan. No way. Amber says, Pearson pretended to be cool, but he loved rules, especially all that safeguarding stuff. He knew you had a right to anonymity. He wouldn't have broken it. Sounds like we're doing this, Jess murmurs. Yeah. Amber nods her head slowly. Watch out, Lucy Rose. We're coming for you. After, Monday, the 13th of May, Rachel. Jess is witness A. The mystery student who said she saw Matt hit Sean Russo and then changed her mind. Who ruined Matt's career. Pushed his mental health to the limit. And who is now missing. With Matt, the last person to see her. My dad will kill you. It can't be a coincidence that Jess and Amber targeted Lucy. Maybe they saw Matt around the village and recognised him, and then attacked his daughter, like predators preying on the weakest of the pack. Or was there more scheming involved than that? If they hated him enough to make up a false claim about him hitting a student, did they also orchestrate a move to his neighbourhood? In a perfect world, perhaps Matt's address would be flagged, a danger zone drawn around it in Colleen's search for new foster carers. But police and council databases don't align like that. And Jess had her anonymity, so protection from Matt wasn't something Colleen needed to factor in. And it's true that the witness's identity was never revealed during the investigation. But Matt might have become suspicious after Lucy told us about being bullied by 2 new girls. If he did some digging around the village, he could easily have found out that Amber and Jess had moved from Oxford. His old school, Oxford Comprehensive, isn't the only secondary school in the city by a long stretch, but it's one of the biggest. If he reached out to an ex-colleague, the story could have unravelled from there. I closed down Jess's file, log out of the database, turn off my laptop, slam down the lid. I pause for a moment, then do everything in reverse. I need to print a copy of both their files. See the truth in black and white. I walk over to the printer to grab the warm sheets of paper, then physically jump as I hear a noise. I look wildly for somewhere to hide. This is my office. I'm perfectly entitled to be here. But there's no way I can come into contact with another human being right now, make conversation, pretend to be fine. All this time, I've been questioning my daughter's involvement in Amber's death. But it's Matt who's embroiled in this tragic mess. Jess lied to the police to get him charged with assault. He lost his job, the career he loved, because of it. He's got plenty of reason to hate her. I think back to Friday night, how Matt wanted to deliver the money, and when Miller wouldn't back down about taking it, he decided to follow her. Was it all a lie, his wanting to keep her safe? Was it really about following Jess in the dead of night? A series of images flood my mind. His pale, tear-stained face when he returned on Friday night. Our bedroom ceiling, as I lay next to him in the near darkness, listening to the story of his traumatic night. The apologies. His black mood on Saturday. His distracting explanation of why Miller didn't see Jess by the old train carriages. But there's no image of the badger who lost its life. Because I never saw it. I only have Matt's word. Bile collects in my mouth, and I dry heave. The noise has stopped, and no one has appeared. A false alarm, thank God. But next time it won't be. It's 7 o'clock, and I know plenty of my colleagues who like to start early. I need to get out of here. I shove my laptop and the printouts into my bag, push my chair under the desk, and scurry back to the car park. I unlock my car door and sink into the fake leather seat, but it only gives me a few seconds reprieve before I realise that I could still bump into someone I know. I imagine the tap on my window, the small wave as they wait for me to join them. I push my key into the ignition and drive away, my tyres spinning with desperation. I stir my cup of tea. I don't take sugar, so it's a pointless endeavour, but I like watching the liquid swirl in a smooth circular motion. It's calming
But then a drop spills, breaking the flow, and I reluctantly lift my gaze. Despite the early hour, the small cafe is half full. There's a group of 4 men in dusty clothes and high-vis jackets eating bacon rolls and drinking fancy iced coffees. Another man is alone, smartly dressed, drinking Lucozade from the bottle and frowning at his phone. The rest of the clientele look to be students, their final pit stop after a night of partying on their way back to their tatty student houses. People always associate Oxford with its famous university, dreaming spires, and cerebral students navigating cobbled streets on old-fashioned bicycles. But the reality is mostly different. Especially around here, where cheaply built post-war housing sits alongside 1960s tower blocks. And all of it is covered in a thin layer of grime from the factories that line the city's ring road. "Mind if I wipe your table?" A woman's voice wafts into my brain. I look up, nod, then lift my mug as she smears a cloth across the laminate. "Ta," she says, then moves on to the next table, oblivious to my problems. Of course she is. That's how the world works. But I can't deal with this on my own. It's too much. Matt and I have been together since we were 18 years old. We're a team, for better or worse. That's what we said on that sticky August day, with our friends and family watching on. Our marriage isn't perfect. Matt isn't perfect. But he's still my soulmate, the only person I confide everything in. In the past, we've always talked through our problems, and I want to do that now. Go home, confront him. But what would I say? Did you know Lucy was being bullied because of you? Did you find out the truth about Jess Scott? Did you follow her on Friday night, then hit her with your car? Have you hidden her body? But I know there are even more gruesome questions than that. Because this didn't start with Jess. Amber was murdered a week before her sister went missing. Matt's case wasn't referenced in her file, but she was Jess's sister, so she must have been close to it. Her file did mention the incident that led to the girls being moved. It was dated as May 2023, which was the same month that Jess pulled her statement. The file didn't give a name, but the boy concerned was 5 years older than Amber and known to the police. It all points to him being Sean Russo and the incident being linked to Jess's change of heart. If Amber was Sean's friend, like Colleen said, Jess being the fake witness makes sense. Sean asks Amber to help him out, and because she's devious and selfish, she gets her biddable sister to take the risk instead. Except Jess changed her mind. How would Amber have reacted to that? Yes, Sean roughed her up, but maybe she cared less about her safety and more about getting back into his good books. Perhaps she devised the plan to terrorize Lucy, punish Matt the only way she could, so that she could deliver what she'd failed to do when Jess pulled her statement. And if Matt had come to the same conclusion, and then watched his own daughter suffer at Amber's hands, would he see the younger girl as the real culprit and want to make her pay? He did seem anxious when he came back from searching for Lucy on that Friday night, and he was later home than I expected. But killing a child? I push out of the chair, and there's a screech as its metal feet slide across the tiled floor. Conversation halts around me. Builders and students turn to stare. God, I can't stay here either. I lunge for the door. And a few seconds later, I stumble onto the pavement. I breathe in the early morning air and feel instantly calmer. This is ridiculous. Matt can get angry when the house is a mess, or if he feels undermined. But he's calm, controlled, never violent. I can't imagine him ever hitting another person. Except I blink. Have I got this wrong from the start? The police left a message for him yesterday. Maybe it's got nothing to do with them finding the note. If Matt did something to Jess, he'd have destroyed it anyway. But while Amber's file might not mention the court case, Jess's does. Now that she's gone missing, the investigation team will be combing through her history for clues. They might even be at our house now, pounding on the door. Matt cowering in the kitchen, refusing to let them in, making it worse for himself. But would that be because he's guilty? Or because he's scared of being wrongly accused for the second time? I need to find out the truth. But Jess is missing, not dead, I remind myself. She might well have run away, like Matt said, now that she's 10 grand richer. And the boyfriend was arrested for Amber's murder. Yes, the police have let him go for now, but that's probably while they gather more evidence. I'm letting my mind go crazy, just like I did with the girls, blaming someone I love for an appalling crime, just because I've found a hair's breadth of a connection. Where's my loyalty? I need to prove that Matt is innocent. Miller and Lucy too. And that starts with establishing that Jess is fine. Spending her new cash, not buried in the woods or dumped in Kiln Lakes. Colleen told me that Jess's father had been contacted by the police, but she didn't mention her old foster carers. The girls lived with Lou and Justin Trapnell for years, so they must have been close. Could Jess have gone there? Or at least contacted them? Littlemore is only a 15-minute drive from here. I climb into my car, check the printout of Jess's file for the address, and set off. After Monday, 13th of May. Miller. Miller! A sound burrows into Miller's consciousness. She bats it away, rolls onto her side, pulls the duvet over her face. Miller! She groans. What? She tries to shout, but it comes out as a croak. She fumbles for her phone and checks the time. 7:48. Does her dad not remember that she's on study leave now? She rubs her eyes, but as she slowly wakes, the sinking feeling returns to her gut. Could he not have allowed her this one thing? The escapism of sleep. Being able to sink into oblivion and stay there all night, despite everything, has been the only thing that's got her through the hell of the last 10 days. Her bedroom door flies open and her dad storms inside. Your mum isn't here. He stops, looks around, curls his lip into a grimace. God, your room is a pigsty. Miller ignores his criticism. They have a deal, after all, but she doesn't understand why he's so agitated. Her mum has always been work-obsessed and loves an early start on a Monday morning. So? She left before I woke up, didn't say goodbye.
and she told me she was going to work from home today.
Miller lengthens her arms, arches her back, and tries to stretch out the tension. It doesn't work. So, call her then.
Don't you think I've tried that?
Her dad snaps, running his palm along his forehead. What the hell is wrong with him? Chill, Dad, okay? Miller pushes up to sitting, then swings her legs out of bed and pulls on the joggers that she'd left on the floor the night before. She grabs a scrunched-up sweatshirt from the bottom of the bed and puts that on too. Her dad is pacing her room, and it's giving her a headache. I don't understand why you're so stressed about Mum going AWOL for 5 minutes.
There's a message on our answer phone.
What, like a human voice coming out of a machine? Miller can't help mocking him, even though she knows it will incense him even more. She loves her dad, deeply, but it can be hard to like him sometimes. Especially when he's like this, feeling out of control and lashing out.
You know, one day, someone's going to take exception to your smart-ass tone.
Miller glares at her dad, but forces herself not to come back at him. Her mum is an open book, so easy to read. But it's different with him. She can't always predict how he'll react. Who's the message from? She asks instead.
That detective who interviewed Lucy. D.C. Bazowski.
Oh. Miller's voice lowers.
Yeah, exactly. She wants me to call her. It must be about Lucy talking to her again. They'll probably want a DNA sample too.
Fuck.
But why did they ask for me and not your mum? I know I'm Lucy's dad, but...
His voice trails off. Maybe they'd already tried her phone?
Exactly. You see now why I need to track her down?
Out of nowhere, Miller feels tears burn the backs of her eyes. She gives them a quick brush with the back of her hand. God, why didn't Lucy listen to her last Friday night? Miller made it so clear. Stay away from those girls who are making your life hell. But for once in her life, Lucy decided to ditch her compliant, bordering on submissive nature. And what a stupid decision that proved to be. Does Lucy know? She asks.
I haven't told her.
Matt admits, looking towards the window.
She left for school about 10 minutes ago, and she seemed a bit happier at last. As though she thinks that paying Jess the ransom money has solved all her problems.
Well, you can't blame her for that. That is what you keep telling her.
I thought it would work out.
Matt whispers, more to himself than Miller.
That making sure Jess kept her mouth shut would be enough.
Miller squeezes her eyes shut, then flicks them back open. Maybe it will be. If Lucy holds her nerve. She can't have killed Amber, can she, Dad? God, why did she say it like that? Like she's asking him to make it true.
I wish I'd known about that blog.
Matt mutters, frustration seeping out of him.
It's so threatening, isn't it, what she wrote?
Matt looks towards Miller for assent, but she turns away. It's strange. She feels more loyal to Lucy now than she's ever done before. Now, when her sister might actually have done something terrible. Hindsight is a wonderful thing, she says instead.
Maybe I should take her away.
Huh?
I don't have any school visits this week. I could work from anywhere,
Matt explains, speeding up as he warms to the idea.
and Lucy deserves a break. We could go wild camping in Wales or maybe Ireland. A chance for Lucy to clear her head.
Do you not realise how that would look? Miller asks, her pitch rising. You and Lucy running away when the detective wants to talk to you.
It's not running away,
Matt counters.
a father and daughter spending some quality time together. We could say we missed her message.
I don't know, Dad. Miller stutters. She tries to run the idea through her brain. The risks and possibilities. But it's sluggish. Like it needs a service due to overuse. Wouldn't they come find you?
But the alternative feels...
Her dad's words peter out, and as his breathing becomes heavier, the whoosh and whir of it filling Miller's room, she feels an intense urge to get rid of him. Go and call Mum again, she instructs. She was probably in an early meeting. We can work out what to do about that detective later. It will all be fine.
You're a tough one, her dad observes. It's a good skill to have.
It's not a skill, Miller thinks.
It's bloody-mindedness.
She doesn't ignore the fears in her head. She can't. She wrestles them to the back of her mind and locks them away. And then she suffers the pain of them knocking against her skull as she pretends to the world. I'll come down in a bit, she says abruptly. Matt scratches his forehead, as though he genuinely doesn't know how to function. Then finally twists away from her and leaves the room. Miller sighs with relief, then pulls down a textbook and flicks to organic chemistry. She needs to revise, act normal. But the words just swim in front of her eyes. She folds at the waist and lets her head rest on the cool pages. Of course, she doesn't know for sure that Lucy killed Amber. She hasn't asked her. But her dad must think so too, if he's suggesting hiding out in some remote wilderness. And Miller can't get the phone conversation she had with Lucy on Friday night out of her head. How angry she sounded. Like her elastic band of suffering had been stretching for months, pinging every time Amber did something cruel. It stretched to breaking point when they stole her sports bag Friday lunchtime, and then she discovered that Amber had stolen Bronwyn's letter. Snap. Suddenly, Lucy was flying free of it. But Miller would never have suspected her sister of a violent crime if she hadn't seen her later that night, when Lucy was missing, and she and her mum and dad were searching. It was 23:25. She'd seen the time on her phone. And it was a sight that made her blood run cold. Lucy crouching outside the RSPCA charity shop. Heavy breathing, like she'd been running, rummaging through a bin bag of donations. Miller had paused, confused, and watched her sister pull out a t-shirt and jumper. Then, as she'd stood up, swaying a little, it had suddenly made sense. Her own top was covered in blood, and the front of her jacket too. And not just a few drops. big, smeary patches. Not knowing what else to do, she'd followed Lucy into the churchyard and watched from a distance as her sister changed into the new clothes, then dropped her own ones into the bin. Miller didn't know then that Amber was dead. She didn't know who the blood belonged to. But she knew that throwing the blood-stained clothes into the church bin was a very stupid thing to do. That's why she waited until their mum found Lucy. And a while longer, to make sure she wouldn't bump into her dad, and then retrieved Lucy's dirty clothes and took them to Kiln Lakes. Once they were stuffed inside scavenged plastic bags, weighed down with heavy rocks, and thrown into its deep centre, she knew they wouldn't rise to the surface any time soon. But burying the memory, and what it might mean, is proving a lot harder to do. After Monday, 13th of May. Rachel. The door opens a few inches. The chain stretched to its limit. "Yes?" A woman's voice says. "Can I help you?" Hi. I start, hovering on the paving slab outside the Trapnell's house. I know that my credentials are my ticket inside. I work with Colleen in children's services. I was hoping... Oh, God, hold on. The woman interrupts. The door slams shut, then opens fully. The newly freed chain swaying against the frame. She looks distraught. Doesn't ask for my ID. Of course, the police will have already been here. Told her that Jess is missing. "Have you found her?" She asks. "Please tell me that you have, and that she's safe. I couldn't bear it if, after what happened to Amber." "I'm so sorry." I start. "We don't have any news yet. But could I possibly come in?" Colleen thought it would be a good idea if we had a chat. Just talked through any possible places that Jess might have gone to. "I've been racking my brains." "Please?" I press. Her head jerks up as she realises that she's being rude, leaving me on the doorstep. "Yes, of course, I'm sorry. I'm not thinking straight." She takes a step back and I walk inside. It's a small hallway with stairs to one side and a mirror on the other, which I avoid looking into. No sign of any children, though. They must have decided to take a break from fostering. "Come through," she murmurs. "Justin had to go into work early this morning, so it's just me." She doesn't offer me a drink, and I'm grateful. My hands are shaking too much to lift a glass or mug. I perch on the edge of the sofa that she gestures towards. "I'm not sure how much Colleen has told you," I start, "but we're hopeful that Jess left of her own accord, rather than the alternative." I'm spinning the narrative to focus Lou on possible destinations, but it also reminds me that it could be true. Matt could still be innocent in all of this. But Lou's face falls, rather than brightens. "I'm not sure that's good news," she says, her voice cracking. I tilt my head. "How do you mean?" "When Colleen told me Jess was missing, right before the police turned up, my first thought was that she'd done something terrible to herself. She and Amber were so close, and Jess relied on her sister for everything. Jess was vulnerable too.
especially when she was under stress. I suppose you know about the anorexia? I nod dumbly, as my mind tries to tally the eating disorder with the Jess I saw in the co-op. Lean, yes, but tall and intimidating. I knew how much Jess would have been struggling after Amber's murder, especially with their mum dying in a similar way. Lou continues. But Colleen was adamant that Jess wasn't suicidal. That, if anything, she'd gone the other way. Angry rather than broken. Like she'd taken on some of Amber's fight. That's how Colleen described it to me, too. And there's the message Jess sent to Lucy. The video. The demand for money. From what I've seen of Jess since Amber's death, I agree with Colleen, I say truthfully. I really don't think Jess was in the headspace to harm herself. Lou's shoulders visibly drop with relief. And she even manages a small smile. Thank you. But we still need to find her, I remind Lou gently. Can you think of anyone around here that she might have gone to for help? A good friend from when she was younger, maybe? Someone she had regular playdates with? No, nothing like that. Jess was shy. She didn't seem to want or need many friends. She just wanted to be with Amber. That's why I've been so worried since Amber's death. I've tried to call Jess loads of times, but she never picks up. I think about the girl I saw that lunchtime. The range of painful emotions visible on her face. Perhaps it's not surprising that she has avoided the woman who cared for her for 5 years. And was Amber the same? I ask. Was it always just the two of them? Amber was much more outgoing than Jess. You'd never call that girl shy. She gives me a sad smile, then looks away. But actually, she didn't really have any close friends either. Both girls were defined by their start in life, sadly. Wary of others who might want to label them as victims, or worse. But while Jess reacted by staying in the shadows, Amber came out fighting, like she was constantly daring people to feel sorry for her. But she'd either fail and hate them for it, or make enemies through her own bad behaviour. So in a different way, she relied on Jess too. What about other family? I ask, desperate for some breadcrumbs to follow, even though I know the police will have already covered this ground. Jess's dad has been contacted, but was she in touch with anyone else? Grandparents? Aunts? Cousins? No, no one, Lou says, shrugging her shoulders. Jackie, that's the girl's mum, had 2 brothers, but the whole family disowned her when she was still a teenager. And then when she died, they wanted nothing to do with her daughters. That's why the girls ended up in care in the first place. I'm not sure whether there are relatives on her dad's side, but Jess was barely in touch with him, and she never mentioned anyone else to me. And there's really nowhere else you can think of. I lean forward, plead with my eyes. Well, there's Sean Russo, Lou murmurs. But isn't he the reason the girls left Oxford? I never supported that decision. She mutters. After the initial shock of his threatening behaviour wore off, it felt like a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Yes, he was angry with Jess.
and a risk in the short term, but I'm sure it would have faded over time. He'd started hanging around with a new crowd. Not nice people, granted, but older, with bigger fish to fry than hassling teenage girls. And you think they'd become friends again? I ask, trying to work out why she mentioned his name. Sean and Jess. Lou shakes her head. Oh no, that's not what I meant at all. He was only ever Amber's friend, even when they lived here. Not that she introduced him to me. She adds, but I was curious to know who they hung out with in the park, so I'd wander past sometimes, by accident, on purpose, you know. She gives me a sheepish half smile. I smile back, an approval of her sleuthing, then look at her expectantly, hoping she'll share more detail. It works. I was a bit worried, of course. She continues, seeing Amber talking with an older boy, hanging on his every word, obviously smitten. But I asked around. That's how I found out his name. And people said he was harmless back then. Bark worse than his bite. I'm pretty sure that's changed now, sadly. She tilts her head. Anyway, I knew it wasn't ideal, but as I said, Amber didn't have many friends, and I didn't want to be too narrow-minded about what a good one looked like. She sighs. And then his mum got sick, and soon after that he got punched by his teacher. Poor kid. I imagine he was difficult to teach, but there's still no excuse. I fix on a smile. She says it like it's a fact. Didn't Jess admit that she lied about seeing that? I ask, my voice stilted. The case was dropped, I think. It was, yes. Lou agrees. And if you didn't know Jess, you might be suspicious, with her knowing Sean through Amber. But I don't think she was lying about seeing the assault. Jess would have found it incredibly difficult to talk to the head teacher and then the police. And you can times that by 100 if her story was also a lie, even if they were good friends, which they weren't. I can't see her going to those lengths for him. I grip the soft velour of the sofa arm and pull in a silent breath. I need to get this conversation back on track. After all, she still hasn't explained why Jess might have gone to Sean's. But if it was Amber who was friends with Sean, why do you think Jess might be hiding out there now? Her expression becomes embarrassed. Look, I'm probably wrong, but Amber idolised Sean, and for whatever reason, he had a lot of time for her too. Jess and Sean have Amber in common, and now she's gone, suddenly and brutally. It happens, doesn't it? People coming together through shared grief. I blink. Jess hiding out with Sean Russo. Seems crazy. The boy considered so dangerous by Colleen and her team that Amber and Jess were taken away from their home. But Lou's exactly right. It does happen. I find myself hoping that she and Justin do decide to foster again, so that more children can benefit from her thoughtfulness and humanity. Do you know where Sean lives? I ask. Blackbird Leys, somewhere. At least he did, and I suppose he's still there. I heard his mum died recently. She had cancer. Must have only been mid-40s, poor woman. But I don't suppose the council would have thrown Sean out yet. His mum used to work at the girls' school, actually, as a cleaner, so
they knew her a bit. I remember someone organising a collection when she had her first op. Lou gives me a sad smile. Anyway, I don't know the address, but I suggest you check with your colleagues at the police. I reckon they'll have his details on file. The night she dies. Friday, 3rd of May. Jess. She thought she'd be scared. Fuck, she should be scared. Alone, at this time, on the remote trail up to the Ridgeway. Only the stars and moon for light. But there's another, harder emotion rising to the surface. Is it determination? To fight back this time? To find Amber and together stand up to Sean? Or is it anger at her sister? Because it's Amber's fault that Sean is on his way to Chinner, wanting their blood. But so far it's only Jess he's tracked down. There's also the Lucy factor. She clearly knows something big enough to put a scared little mouse like her on the attack. Could it be about Jess being the anonymous witness in her dad's case? And if Lucy does know, how dare Amber keep that information from her? Except that's Amber all over. Only confiding in Jess when it's good for her. Like sorting their move to Chinner. Amber came up with this big master plan to punish Mr. Rose and get Sean to like her again, and didn't even tell Jess until she needed her help. And like tonight, she's still only guessing that Amber is at the nature reserve because she hasn't returned any of Jess's messages. Jess reaches the Ridgeway and takes a left. It's even darker here, surrounded by trees, and a sharp fingernail of apprehension scratches at her neck. She pauses, flicks the torch on her phone. The path jumps out, but her peripheral vision disappears into total blackness. Instantly she feels watched. There's a broken branch on the pathway, thick and heavy, with its bark completely stripped away, yellowy white under the torch's glare. She reaches for it, curls her fingers around the smooth wood, and pulls it into her chest, grateful for the sense of protection it gives her. Then she takes a breath and turns her phone off again. She doesn't want to announce her arrival too early, and sets off. She shouldn't really be scared here, she tells herself as she walks deeper into the woods. Scared is walking through blackbird leaves at night, its dim lights throwing shadows around every corner. Knowing that Sean hates her for what she's done, or more accurately, can't do. Chinner was supposed to be their escape from him, until Amber screwed that up. But Sean is a city boy. Thick woodland and muddy trails feel like the best protection from him. 10 minutes later she pauses, hears voices. She guessed right. Amber is here. And Caden too. Maybe she invited him to protect her from Sean. Or maybe she was only pretending to go off him to create some drama. Suddenly that feels more likely, and the thought fills Jess with rage. Amber playing with people's feelings purely to relieve her own boredom. Their voices whisper through the trees. Jess crouches down on the compacted mud to steady her breathing. The volume of their conversation is too low for Jess to make out what they're saying. But there's a general hum of contentment, a giggle wafting over every now and then. The sound pulls at her chest, causes actual physical pain. But she needs to ride it out, because she needs to warn Amber about Sean. Being sisters might mean nothing to Amber, but she refuses to sink that low. And for all Amber's faults, Jess knows that she still owes her for refusing to go through with the court case. And everything that came after. But the problem is, she can't move. Can't push her way through the final few trees and announce her arrival. Can't interrupt the lovebirds. She needs Caden to leave first, because the thought of looking at the two of them draped over each other and pretending it doesn't bother her is too much. Impossible. When Jess saw Caden by the memorial statue in Tame, her first thought was that Amber had done it on purpose. Snatched the one guy that Jess had been on her way to falling in love with. Caden Carter, the boy she'd met by the lakes when Amber was out with Sean that Sunday. The completely gorgeous, almost man she'd struck up conversation with, and then had dared to believe might become her boyfriend one day. Until he broke it off with barely any explanation. But Jess had kept Caden and Amber a secret from each other. So it can't be that Amber stole him. It was just one of those terrible coincidences. A boy who's attracted to damaged goods, falling for 2 samples from the same batch. But that was before his message this evening. Caden asked to meet up with Jess, knowing full well that she was his girlfriend's sister. It doesn't matter that she said yes, or that Caden changed his mind before anything happened. He showed what a cheating prick he is. And Amber deserves to know. Especially as it's the fastest way to get him out of the way. Jess creeps a bit closer. She can see them now, or at least slivers of them, through the slim gaps in the trees. They're lying next to each other on something dark. Not a blanket, but maybe a jumper. Caden's, probably. Amber's phone is lying close to her fingertips on the grass. She might not be responding to Jess's snaps, but she's clearly reachable. Maybe an old-fashioned text message will grab her attention. Still sitting on her haunches, Jess scrolls to her photos and looks at the last one she took, a screen grab of her Snapchat conversation with Caden. She edits it guiltily, making sure Caden's Snapchat tag is visible at the top, but her own messages are cut out. Then reads the words, "Was supposed to be at a party tonight but can't face it. Want to meet up." Without giving herself the chance to change her mind, she taps out a text message to her sister. "He doesn't deserve you." And launches the photo into cyberspace. She peers through the trees. Amber's phone screen lights up, sending an eerie glow across the grass. Jess prays for her sister to pick it up. And it works because a moment later, there's movement. Amber's arm extending, grabbing the device. Then her torso curling and rising into a sitting position. Panic suddenly floods Jess's insides. What has she done? Why is she causing another argument when they already have Sean to worry about, and Lucy too? How can she be so stupid? Jess watches Amber turn to face Caden. A slow-motion movement, weighed down by shock, disgust. She dips down onto her hands and knees, creeps forward, close enough to hear their conversation. "What the fuck is this?" Amber hisses, her voice low but venomous. Caden sits up. "What?" He throws back, instantly aggro. Jess tilts back onto her feet, curls her hands into fists. "Did you ask to meet up with my sister tonight?" "Huh?" A stalling tactic. Fear creeping into his tone.
How could you?
Amber cries out, the sound echoing off the heavy branches. Jess sucks in a breath, listens to it judder out of her. Her feelings for Amber are so complicated. She can despise her at times, but she also hates hearing her upset. It always reminds Jess of their mum, her saying sorry to Tyler on a loop as he screamed at her. "It was a mistake, babe," Caden says, changing tack again. "A moment of madness. You were airing me. I got thrown out of that 18th party by Ava's Nazi dad, then out of the Crown. I sent Jess a message on some weird impulse, but I straight off regretted it and told her that."
"But my sister?"
Amber says, incredulously. Caden's response is quieter, so Jess has to strain to hear it. "Babe, it's not like it's that shocking, is it? You know I was with her first." Jess blinks, swallows a whimper, sinks onto her backside. Amber knew.
"But that was before we got together." Amber wails. "How could you even think about going back to her when you have me? I'm much prettier than her, that's what you said."
Jess bites her lip, tastes blood. She and Amber only have each other. It's been that way for what feels like a lifetime. Yes, Amber bosses her around, takes the piss out of her, puts her down. But loads of sisters do that. They don't steal burst boyfriends. They're not that fucking cruel.
"All right, chill,"
Caden mutters, shuffling away from her.
"I don't think I said that, and you shouldn't either, about your own sister."
Jess looks up at the black sky. Her mouth pulls at the edges. Is Caden defending her? Is she supposed to be grateful for his scraps?
"Me, chill,"
Amber shouts, twisting round onto her knees, no sign of remorse or shame.
"You're chasing my dumb ginger beanpole of a sister, and I'm supposed to be cool about that."
A moan escapes.
Jess can't stop it. But Amber and Caden are too lost in their argument to hear. "I don't fancy her anymore, but you shouldn't talk about her like that." "You fucking do, you liar."
The thwack of a slap rings out. Suddenly Jess is transported back 7 years. She sees her mum, the blood pooling on the carpet, her eyes like marbles. She feels sick. Is Caden going to retaliate? Like Tyler always would? Does she even care anymore?
"Fuck this,"
Caden spits out.
"You're a crazy bitch."
He stands up, turns away. Amber scrambles to her feet and reaches out to him. As she grabs the neck of his hoodie, she flinches, and Jess remembers her fight with Lucy earlier, the broken bottle. Amber lifting her hands to protect herself, her fingers making contact.
"No, you can't go,"
she says, trying but failing to sound tough.
"I don't want to be here by myself. At least drive me back. And you've got my gear in your jacket." "Get off me,"
Caden growls.
"I don't need to do anything." "We're done, Amber. Jesus, it was stupid to begin with. What kind of bitch steals their sister's boyfriend anyway? I should have told you to fuck off when you first messaged me." "Don't twist the truth. I just wanted to be friends. To get to know the boy who my sister was keeping a secret from me. You were the one who pushed things, told me I was beautiful."
Caden chuckles coldly. "And one measly compliment was enough for you to betray your only relative?
You're just a cheap slag. Goodbye, Amber."
He reaches down to pick his jacket off the ground, but she lunges at him.
Don't say that.
Long fingernails, flashes of electric blue. The sound of skin tearing.
Shit!
Caden cups his cheek.
You're fucking mental.
Jess's phone vibrates in her hand. A new Snapchat message. Habit kicks in and she clicks on it.
I'm here. Be scared. How could I not have seen it?
Caden shouts.
Why the hell did I find that story about why you moved to China so funny, when it was the biggest red flag ever?
Jess can't breathe. She was so focused on finding Amber that she forgot to turn the Snapchat map function off. She's led Sean right to them. But it's Caden's next words that hollow her out like an exploding bullet. After. Monday, 13th of May. Rachel. I swing off Blackbird Leys Road and park outside Evanmile Tower. I don't want to think about how I got Sean's address. Going back into my work database. Searching for another case file that's got nothing to do with me. As soon as Lou said that Sean's mum had died of cancer, I suspected we'd have his records. Sean is only 19 now, so it's likely he'd have been a child when his mum was first diagnosed, and a single mum, in and out of hospital, would always lead to social services involvement, if only to check that no support was required. And I was proved right, because there it was. Sean Russo, son of Lizzie Russo and Jed Brown, father absent, mother deceased, currently residing at 504 Evanmile Tower. Work has brought me to this deprived area many times over the years, but I haven't been since my promotion, and it looks like the tower has had a facelift. It used to be a bleak concrete block, but there's a new glass entrance porch now, and deep blue cladding on the walls. As I walk inside, I wonder if there's a new security system, but both the doors are wide open. I press for the lift, and miraculously, it's working. The closer I get to Sean's flat on the 5th floor, the faster my heart beats. Do I really think Jess came here? Or am I searching for answers about Matt? As though by seeing Sean Russo in the flesh, I'll be able to decide for myself whether my husband inflicted his injuries over 2 years ago. I reach his door, and without letting myself question what I'm doing, rap my knuckles against it. No one comes, but I can hear movement inside, so I knock again, louder. Still nothing. I push open the letterbox. There's no hallway. The door leads straight into a front room, and I can make out the dark outline of a man pacing. "Sean?" I call out. "Sean Russo?" The dark mass freezes for a moment, then grows in size. A moment later, the door edges open 6 inches or so. Enough for me to see Sean's eyes. Pupils big enough to swallow me whole. "Who are you? What do you want?" He hisses. There are grazes on his cheeks, blood on his t-shirt. I've dealt with many agitated teenagers over the years, but it feels different this time, because it's personal, and more dangerous with it. My name is Rachel Salter. I start, silently thanking my past self for keeping my maiden name. I work for Oxford City Council, in children's services. His eyes narrow. He glances down at his clothes, as though suddenly remembering what he looks like, then edges the door closer to the frame, so only half his face is on show, but his hand is still visible. and I can see that his knuckles are missing a few layers of skin. "I'm not a kid," he says. "I'm 18 now, so you don't need to come here." "I know," I say, with a conciliatory smile. "Listen, relate, de-escalate. These are the pillars of my job, and I draw on them now. But inside, I'm on high alert, because it's obvious that he's hit someone. Was it Jess? Is she in his flat now, injured and in need of help? Is Matt innocent after all? I was hoping you could help me." I continue to explain. "I'm looking for Jessica Scott, and I thought she might have come to see you." "I don't know her." His eyes dim.
Let your mind unwind for a moment as this gentle melody plays in the background. Take this time to relax, reflect, and simply enjoy the pause. Thank you for watching and sharing this moment with us.
To contest his lie, and for a moment I wonder if I should let it go, walk away. But I need to get to the truth. "She was the witness to your assault claim," I say, "and I know that you know her." "Claim," he says, his voice rising. "I was smacked to shit by my teacher, and he got away." "I was told that you and Jess were friends at the time?" I cut in. "You're fucking kidding." He stops, changes tack. "She's not here," he says. "I haven't seen her." It's a double denial. I consider his clothes again, his raw knuckles, how defensive he appears, that he won't open the door. "But you know that Jess is missing?" I press. He blows out air, then clicks his tongue. "Okay, yeah, I heard." He admits. "But I haven't seen her, all right? I said that already.
I'm running out of rope, and I'm no closer to working out whether he's done something to Jess, or it's just my imagination running wild, trying to find a suspect to replace my husband. I take a deep breath, then slide my foot between the door and its frame. It looks like you've been in a fight.
That's none of your business.
I gesture towards his hand, still curled around the door. That you've hit someone.
I reckon you should move your foot before my door cripples it.
Was it Jess?
My heart is pounding inside my chest, my muscles taut with conflicting urges to push harder and to run away. You're crazy, you know that.
Did she come to you for help, and then you took advantage of her vulnerability?
Her vulnerability? You've no idea what that selfish bitch is capable of.
His words trigger memories. Jess's fierce blue eyes, her threats and demand for money, Colleen's belief that Amber's death has toughened her. Have I underestimated Jess in all of this? Is she more than the distraught sister of the victim? I find my soft social worker voice. So tell me then. I'd really like to hear your thoughts on where Jess might have gone.
But it doesn't work. No, you need to leave. You can't force your way in.
He's right. I don't have that power, legal or otherwise. But Sean Russo is hiding something. Maybe it's to do with the money. If he'd found out Jess had 10 grand in her pocket, I bet he'd want it. And I doubt she'd have made it easy for him to take it. She could be in there now, lying unconscious on the floor. There's clearly something in there he doesn't want me to see. I lean forward a few centimetres, shift left. Our faces are close now. I can smell his sour breath. But I keep my eyes away from his and towards the slim pickings of view beyond the curve of his neck. I can see the shadows of living room furniture, but the curtains are drawn across the back windows, so it's too dark to see much more.
Fuck me,
he hisses.
Do I need to call the feds?
Spittle lands on my face, and I instinctively tilt backwards. My foot is stopping him from shutting the door, but it's also tethering me to him. He could reach out and grab my hair in a second, slam my head into the doorframe. Suddenly I think of the policeman who first talked to me on Chinner Hill. The red light on his chest that told me he was recording our conversation. That's what I need, I think. If I film this, Sean won't be able to hurt me. I turned my phone off when I left my office, in case Matt called, but it's in my pocket. I turn it on as I pull it out. But my fingers haven't got full purchase. I fumble, feel the smooth surface of the phone case slide away from my grasp. It lands on the concrete floor, on its back, with a thud. The screen lights up. Shit. I fling my head up, look at Sean. His eyes widen even more as he stares at my phone. Then they narrow. In an instant, he scoops up the device, then grabs my arm above the wrist and yanks. There's no time to resist his pull, and a second later I'm tumbling inside his flat. The door slams shut behind me. I turn, lunge for the handle, my instinct to find Jess switching instantly to a desire to get away. But he's too quick. There's a second lock, a bolt, and he slides it across before grabbing me again and shoving me away from the door. I need to remember my training. I've done a 2-day workshop on crisis management. I should know how to resolve this. Persuade him to let me go for his own sake. But I can't think straight. I open my mouth to speak, but no words come out. And then it's too late. He pitches forward, pushes one hand over my face and grabs the back of my head with the other. I gag, but he doesn't release the pressure. My mouth is still partly open. I can taste his sweat, blood.
Why did you lie to me?
I didn't lie. I try to say, but it comes out as a muffled bray.
You're his wife.
He spits out.
Not a social worker. You're married to that fucker who hit me. I saw his face on your phone. With you and those girls. And I know they're his daughters, so don't deny it. Why did you come here? How do you know about Jess? What the fuck do you want with me?
He's rambling, caught off guard, but what does it matter? He's 10 times stronger than me. Why the hell did I come here? Did I not realise it would be dangerous? I'd never take such a risk if Sean was a client. I'd bring a colleague, maybe even ask for police backup with his record. But the only person who knows I'm here is Lou. And of course no one would think to ask her. How soon will it be before someone notices I'm gone?
Sit down,
Sean orders, although he doesn't give me any choice. Just pushes down on my head, which forces my knees to bend. I drop onto a wooden chair. Suddenly his hand disappears from my mouth. But as soon as my head computes that I'm free, I feel a sting of pain at my temple. And a second later, the room goes black. After, Monday the 13th of May. Miller. Miller hears the knock on the front door. She lifts her head, drops her pen onto the still unread textbook on her desk. A heartbeat later, the sound of a man's voice. It's D.I. Finnemore, the detective who dropped round on Friday night to talk to her mum. There's someone else with him today. A woman, introducing herself as D.C. Bazowski, the detective who interviewed Lucy at the station. Fuck. Her dad will be petrified. Ever since they arrested him for that fake assault, her dad's lost all trust in the police. And today, he'll be scared for Lucy. Miller is almost certain her dad suspects she might be Amber's killer. Just like Miller does. Not intentionally, but reaching breaking point, a flaring of anger with tragic, unintended consequences. Miller pushes her chair away from her desk and stands up. She can't let her dad deal with this alone. When she gets downstairs, the two detectives are sitting on the sofa underneath the window, with her dad opposite them. Miller drops down next to him. "Hi, I'm Miller," she says, as breezily as she can manage. "What's going on?" "Good morning, Miller," the woman says, pleasantly. "I'm D.C. Bazowski, and this is my colleague, D.I. Finnemore. We've stopped by for a chat with your dad."
"You don't have to be here, Miller,"
her dad interjects.
"I'm fine, and you've got lots of studying to do."
He throws Miller a glance. She knows it's conveying a message, but can't figure out what it is. Either way, Miller's not going anywhere. "I could really do with a break, to be honest," she says, smiling brightly at the detectives. "If it's just a chat, I guess I can join you?" D.C. Bazowski looks at her dad. When he turns away from her glance, she shrugs. "So, Mr. Rose," she says, "your wife told us that you returned from Thailand last Friday, the 3rd of May, at around 8 p.m?
"That's right. I'd been there all week with work."
"And how did you spend your evening when you got home?" Miller smiles to hide her discomfort.
"Rachel was out for a curry with some girlfriends."
Matt starts.
"And Miller was at a party."
"Ava Ainsworth's party?"
DC Bazowski asks. Yep, Miller says, then seals her lips back together. The detective nods and turns back to Matt. And Lucy? She asks. She was at home with me, Matt says. We chatted for a while, then she went up to her room around 9. I put a film on, but I think I was asleep in seconds. Jet lag, you know. He produces a wide smile, but neither of the detectives react. And did you wake up at any point? Yes. Matt screws up his face, as though trying to remember, like he hasn't been going over it a zillion times a day since Amber's body was discovered. A while later, though, Lucy and Rachel were in the kitchen together having a hot chocolate. They'd been out for a walk, I believe. That's right. But I slept through that. And you didn't go out yourself? Miller's mind races. She remembers climbing into her dad's car, him rolling it out of the drive quietly, heading towards the railway station to drop her off, then going looking himself. It was late. Traffic was sparse. Could a camera have picked up his car as they drove past? You came to get me, remember? She spurts out. She's been focused on Lucy, but she needs to protect her dad too. After all, he's the one with a black mark against him. What? From Ava's party? I had a blister and you took pity on me. A moment of silence. Miller's heart punches her ribcage. Yes, of course. He finally offers. I'd forgotten about that. He smiles at the detectives. And what time was this? DC Bazowski asks. I'm not sure exactly. Matt tilts his head. Maybe 12-ish or a bit later. And did you see anyone at the party? The detective asks. Yes, Matt says. Ava's mother. Miller shifts in her chair. This is news to her. Actual human contact. But at least her dad remembered in time to cover himself. Miller and I had our wires crossed. He goes on. I thought she was still at the house, but she was waiting for me further up the road. And you didn't go anywhere else, just to the Ainsworth's house and back? Yes, that's right. I took the long way home, though, so I did a full loop of the village. Thank you, Mr. Rose, for clearing that up. D.I. Finnemore says, but her dad doesn't look relieved, and Miller understands why. Those timings relate to when she was missing. He must have remembered speaking to Ava's mum and so prioritised covering up for that. But he was out earlier too, searching for Lucy. So how is he going to explain that if they ask? There is another thing we'd like to discuss with you. The detective goes on. Miller shuffles against the sofa cushion. I believe you're aware that Jessica Scott has gone missing. Miller concentrates on her breathing. She's never had a panic attack before, but one feels dangerously close now. Colour is draining from her dad's face too. Can the detective see it? Yes, her dad whispers. I heard that she's run away. Maybe. DC Bazowski purses her lips. How well do you know her? I don't know her at all. Well, not personally. She was bullying Lucy with her sister, so I know of her. Are you aware that Jessica was a student at Oxford Comprehensive before moving to Chinner? Matt doesn't answer. He's so still. Miller isn't even sure he's breathing.
She wonders if she should nudge him. "No, I didn't know," he finally says. He rubs his bare head with the heel of his hand. "Or that she has links to the victim of the assault you were charged with?" "No," Matt repeats, his eyelids flitting like butterfly wings. "What links?" "We can't disclose that," DC Bazowski says, quietly. Miller's mind whirs. Why can't they disclose that? If Jess was friends with Sean Russo, surely they'd just say so. And anyway, it would be weird if they were friends. Sean was nearly 17 when he accused her dad, and Jess is only 15 now, so there's a big age gap. But how else could she be linked to him? They can't be family. There's no way it's anything wholesome like church or scouts. Miller's mouth suddenly fills with saliva, as though she's going to be sick. And she swallows hard. Her dad was first summoned to the headmaster's office when Sean Russo turned up at school with a black eye and then made his false claim. But it was only when a witness came forward that things got really bad for him. He was suspended straight away, but Mr. Pearson kept in touch for a while, and it was during one of their phone conversations that he let slip that the witness was female. But her dad never knew who she was. At least, that's what Miller had thought. Could Jess Scott be the mystery witness? Is that her link with Sean Russo? Whoever it was, they pulled their statement 15 months later. A year ago now. Miller never questioned why the witness changed her mind. No one in her family did. They were too busy celebrating. But should she have? If it was Jess, could her dad have got to her somehow? But that doesn't make sense, because Jess and Amber moved to Chinner after the case was dropped, not before. Miller lurches forward in her chair with a sudden adrenaline spike, then shifts back slowly, as both detectives turn to stare at her. She gives them a relaxed smile, but inside, she's reeling. Did the girls come here on purpose? Wangle a move to Chinner somehow? Christ! Amber might just have the smarts to do it. But why would they do that unless they wanted to make trouble for her dad? Did Jess pull her statement so they could inflict their own style of justice? Punish her dad by making his daughter's life hell instead? Anger throbs in her chest at the thought. 2 fucked up social care kids and a roadman. Of course they wouldn't trust the police, the courts, to defend them. And yeah, maybe they've got a point. But taking it out on Lucy, that is too fucking low. Miller tries to keep her expression clear, calm, in front of the detectives. But damn, it's hard. Her dad followed her on Friday night, so he was the last person to see Jess. And she might well be the person who ruined his career and almost his life, before doing the same to his daughter to twist the knife even more. His favourite daughter. Miller has always known that. She thinks about the note. My dad will kill you. She chose the words and typed them. But could it be possible that he carried them out? After Monday, 13th of May. Rachel. My eyes are open, but the room is so dark I can barely see anything. There's tape across my mouth, sticking to the dry skin on my lips, so I can only breathe through my nose. I know the most important thing is to not panic. That clamouring for oxygen will have the opposite effect. So I close my eyes
and try to imagine I'm somewhere else. Lying in my bed at home. Matt snoring beside me. The kids asleep in their respective rooms. But it's hard to pretend, because my hands are tied together behind my back, and my upper arms are straining in their unnatural position. My legs are clamped together too, at both the knees and the ankles. I'm lying on my side, staring at a thin line of dim light slipping under the door. When Sean hit me, I rode the pain, but then the bag was over my head a second later. I should have either engaged him in conversation or tried to kick and punch my way out. But I did neither. I was too disorientated. And then he dragged me into this room. Heavy curtains shut tight, and flung me on the bed. My urge to fight finally kicked in at that point, but I was no match for his strength. Despite my flailing arms and legs, he had me tied up in minutes. The bag came off, but he pasted tape across my mouth. He stared right through me for what felt like ages, then twisted around, flicked the light switch, and left the room. It was a relief then, but that was almost an hour ago. My muscles are sore, and I'm desperate to pee. I also need to know why I'm here. Yes, Sean saw the wallpaper on my phone and worked out who my husband is. But is that really enough for him to tie me up like this? Kidnap me? The incident happened over 2 years ago, and it's not like I was directly involved. Perhaps it's because this kind of violence is normal for him. He's high. He's already been in a fight today. And he seemed paranoid when he came to the door. Is this about Jess? Has he hurt her too? Or done something worse? And if he's capable of this, could he have been involved in Amber's murder as well? The door swings open. I gasp, but the tape across my mouth means it's more of a chest heave. His shadow appears. I body pop away from him. There's a click, and the room fills with light. I close my eyes against the sudden glare, then gradually peel them back open. There's wallpaper on the walls, a soft lilac, and the bedspread is pale green. Tranquil, in different circumstances. It must be his mum's bedroom. I feel a jolt of compassion. Him still keeping it nice after she died. But then I zoom in on his sallow face, and the feeling evaporates. His fists are clenched, like before. But now, one of them is holding something. A knife. It's small, like a kitchen devil. But it's still a weapon. He rips the tape away from my mouth, holds the knife up at his shoulder, like he's going to jab me with it. What do you want? He demands. Why did you come here? I force myself to take a long, controlled breath. Not to hurt you, I say. Not to blame you for anything. I wasn't lying about being a social worker. You said I'd hurt Jess. He lowers the knife, then lifts it again, as though remembering I'm his enemy. I haven't touched that stupid bitch, okay? I'm sorry. I lie. I shouldn't have said that. I actually thought she might come to you for help. Why would I help her? He asks incredulously. She could have killed Amber for all I know. What? I shake my head in confusion. She was there, in those woods. I saw her location on Snapchat. I thought it was that prick Caden who killed Amber at first.
I even walked past the fucker. But, nah, he's too pathetic.
But you can't think Jess killed her own sister. I can't process what he's saying. Was he really there that night? Is he throwing out a list of suspects to cover up his own guilt? Or are the drugs making him talk nonsense?
Unless your old man did it.
He suddenly growls.
Is that why you're here? To brag about what he did?
My head spins. Sean's thoughts are so chaotic, it's hard to keep up. I try to move my hands, but they're tightly wedged together, like my legs. I'm stuck here until either he lets me go, or someone comes to rescue me.
But who?
Everyone thinks I'm at work. I don't know what Sean's done with my phone, but even if Matt or the girls can check my location, this is my area, so they won't think anything of me being here. No one will miss me for hours.
It's so fucking obvious.
Sean continues, nodding as he warms to his theme.
Because I know what a cold-blooded psycho he is. He must have worked out who she was, then killed her. Maybe I should tell the feds. Then he'd be banged up like he should have been 2 years ago.
A wave of nausea passes through me, like seasickness, as though I'm in a boat's hull instead of a dead woman's bedroom on the 5th floor of a tower block. But Matt can't have known who Amber was, because he would have told me. And why would I believe the words of a drugged-up thug over my husband? And one who has accused 3 different people of Amber's murder in the space of a few minutes. Maybe it's all too obvious. Lou called Sean Amber's friend, but what kind of friend could he have been? The girls were forced to leave their whole life behind because of the threat he posed, and right now he's off his head, standing over me with a knife. Someone was supplying Amber with the drugs she sold in the village, and if it wasn't the boyfriend, it must have been Sean. If they'd had a falling out over drugs, anything could have happened.
But then again,
Sean continues, telling the feds did nothing for me last time, did it? He starts pacing the small room, but doesn't break eye contact with me,
especially after Amber's stupid sister went rogue.
He clicks his tongue.
And Amber was repaying that debt too, by fucking with his daughter.
My daughter. My kind, innocent Lucy.
And then the little bitch screwed me.
He lifts the knife again, his hand shaking. So you killed her? I hiss, not caring about the danger. Not Matt, or Lucy, or Miller. I twist around on the bed. It won't help me, but I need to expel some energy. It was you! He lunges forward. His free hand lands on my mouth, pushes hard. He's half lying on me now, his breath acrid, his forehead dripping in sweat. My chest sinks under his weight. He pushes the knife against my neck. I feel a sharp sting as the tip digs into my flesh. But I won't show him I'm scared.
You wish it was me,
he hisses.
Because you can't stand to admit the truth, that your old man killed her.
He didn't. I close my eyes, but Matt's image appears behind my eyelids. His disapproving stare, the quiet anger that can radiate off him if he feels out of control. I've always envied his self-discipline, but a deep, buried part of me has wondered what would happen if he ever snapped. My dad will kill you.
I've seen it for myself, don't forget.
Sean goes on.
Him losing his shit. I bet he did Amber, and then gave Jess the same treatment. You might think you're some kind, caring social worker, but you're still married to a murderer.
After. Monday, 13th of May. D.I. Simon Finnemore. Jodie Bazowski got highly commended on the advanced driving course, so there's never a discussion when they travel together. Simon opens the passenger door, sinks into the seat, and thinks about the conversation they've just had with Matthew Rose. His explanation about why he was out on the night Amber Walsh died stacks up in part, picking his daughter up from a party. But it doesn't explain why his car was seen idling in the railway station car park over an hour before. And there is also the Jessica Scott connection. Rose shouldn't know that she was the key witness in his case. Her identity was supposed to be protected. But these things have a way of getting out, and the guy acted very cagily when he asked about her. If Rose had suspected the sisters were bullying his youngest daughter to get to him, especially with the way it escalated last Friday, that might cause him to lose his temper with one or both of them. But would he really follow Amber into the woods in the middle of the night? And how would he know she was there? Plus, his DNA is on NDNAD from his previous arrest, and there are no forensics linking him to the crime scene. Not yet, at least. They still haven't had the results of that partial blood sample. Then there's Lucy Rose to consider too. There is plenty of CCTV evidence that disproves her account, and she had a well-documented reason to hate the girl. But murder? He thinks about his own daughters, similar in age to the Roses. Their attention wholly taken up by TikTok and American TV shows. He just can't make the mental leap to treat Lucy as a suspect. But is that profiling gone wrong? He drums his fingers against the hard plastic of the seatbelt buckle. He needs to be more objective. Use the hard graft of proper police work to shape his opinions. He'll get one of the team to look at Lucy Rose's digital footprint. Simon pulls out his phone to call the incident room, but before he gets a chance to dial, it buzzes in his hand. Finnemore? Raj here, sir. Glad I caught you. There's been a bit of a development. Simon leans forward in his seat, ignores the quizzical eyebrow raise Jodie gives him. Oh? Caden Carter's been assaulted, not far from his house. It sounds like someone jumped him when he left for work this morning. Area team have given it to us, for obvious reasons. Simon narrows his eyes. This was supposed to be a shocking and sad but also clear-cut murder investigation, a drugs-related killing and a dispiriting social care statistic. But now the sister of the victim is missing, and Raj is telling him that the prime suspect has been attacked. It's getting harder to piece together by the minute. How badly is he injured? Simon asks. Broken nose, 2 broken ribs, hairline fracture in his jaw, sir. Otherwise just cuts and bruises. He'll live, of course, but he took quite a beating. Is he talking? There are 2 uniforms at Stoke Mandeville Hospital with him at the moment. Raj explains. And if you mean, can he enunciate his words, then apparently no, not brilliantly. They reckon he sounds like a cross between an elephant and a pisshead. But if you mean talking in the sense of honour among thieves' discretion, we don't know yet. Uniforms know of his involvement in our murder case, so they're leaving it well alone. Fair enough. Simon murmurs. We'll head over there now. ETA 20 minutes. Can you let the hospital know? Yeah, will do. Oh, and we've got some CCTV. Raj goes on. Already? Simon is impressed. Well, the idiot who attacked him started the assault on a residential road. He dragged Caden down the alleyway pretty quickly, but not before a couple of video doorbells picked him up.
And can you identify the assailant?
Nothing yet, sir. But the digital guys are blowing up some images. Hopefully we'll get something soon.
It sounds like this crime might be one we'll actually solve,
Simon murmurs, before ending the call. How are you feeling, Caden? Jodie asks, as they walk up to his hospital bed. There's no sign of sympathy in her voice, even though his face is a mess. The nurse explained when they first arrived that his jaw doesn't require surgery, but it's heavily swollen, and he'll need to be on a liquid diet for the next few weeks. His nose is split at the bridge, and there are bruises forming around both his eyes. He shrugs and makes a sound somewhere between a grunt and a moan. Simon pulls up a chair, its metal legs screeching as he drags it across the floor, and lowers into it.
Do you know who did this to you, Caden?
Yeah. Caden mumbles, his voice thick with soft tissue damage.
Fucking nutter. I need a bit more detail than that.
He's called Sean.
Caden lisps.
Dunno his last name.
Any idea why this Sean assaulted you? Jodie asks.
Same reason he killed Amber, I guess.
Caden murmurs. His words are quiet, but his eyes show that he's aware of the bombshell he's just dropped. What did you say? Jodie asks, her voice rising.
He was ranting,
Caden says,
as he did me, saying he saw me up there, past me, on its way to teach Amber a lesson about trust, he said. I know I didn't kill her, so it must have been him.
Hang on, Simon says, raising his hand in some pointless attempt to restore order. Let's take a step back. Who is Sean?
Amber knew him, called him a friend from her old life in Oxford. But I reckon he was her dealer.
What makes you say that?
I dunno,
Caden mutters.
Because he looks and acts like one.
Simon rolls his eyes, but privately he logs it. Making quick-fire judgments about people might be frowned upon in some circles, but not the police force. It's been helpful too many times to ignore its value. And you say he confessed all this while he assaulted you? Jodie says, hands on her hips, disbelief leaking out of every word. That's very convenient. The guy who beats you up suddenly announcing that he was at the scene of the murder that you're in the frame for, and had an issue with the victim. I suppose there weren't any witnesses to his admission.
It's not my fault he dragged me down an alleyway.
If he killed her, why would he come after you?
I dunno. You're the feds. You work it out.
Simon feels a buzzing in his pocket and fishes his phone out of his jacket. He looks at the screen, then walks out into the corridor. Yes?
We've ID'd the suspect from the CCTV, sir,
Raj says.
His name is Sean Russo. I'll send you his address.
Thanks, Raj, that's good work.
There's more, sir.
Oh?
Simon says, lifting his nose. An embarrassing habit he's picked up on the job.
Do you remember the social worker telling us about that incident with Amber's sister when they lived in Oxford?
Yeah.
That's him, Sean Russo.
What? Simon's pulse quickens.
Yeah, he's the kid who threatened Jess. Why they had to move.
So he came after them. Simon whispers.
Looks that way, sir.
Simon breaks into a broad smile. Yes,
It means the suspect was on their radar from day one, but that's police work. Finding a needle in the pile of shiny needles. He wonders if Caden was right about the rest of it. Sean supplying Amber with drugs, and how that played its part. And with Jess missing, he must be in the frame for that too.
Jodie and I will head over there now,
he says.
Get a response team to meet us there. And send CSI too.
Will do. And talking of CSI, they've compared the sample of Miss Salter's hair with those found on the victim and believe it's a match, so no breakthrough there. But the results of that partial from the victim's clothes are back from that swanky lab, so that might give us something. I'm heading over there now. Keep me updated. And let's keep our fingers crossed that it belongs to Sean Russo.
After. Monday, 13th of May. Sean. Sean slams his mum's bedroom door closed. What has he done? What the hell would his mum think about him tying up a social worker in her bedroom? It's the coke he took when he got back from Towersey. He shouldn't have touched it. He was wound up enough. But the baggie was sitting there, on the work surface, calling to him. Just like it was last Friday night, when Amber went dark on him, blocking him on all her socials. Without his mum around to hide stuff from, it's too easy. He'd cut a couple of lines this morning, and instantly felt better for it. So, cut a couple more. But then Rose's wife turned up, screaming his name through the letterbox. And then everything went south. At least he remembered to put the piece of tape back over her mouth. It had lost some of its stickiness, but he pushed hard. Hard enough, he hopes, to keep her quiet. Sean drops onto the sofa and instinctively reaches for his pipe. He pulls a few buds out of a Tesco carrier bag, packs them into the bowl, and reaches for his lighter. As the thin curls of weed catch alight, he drags on the pipe and feels the pleasure of sweet smoke entering his lungs. This is what he needs. Something to calm his nerves. He leans back against the soft cushion, closes his eyes, and pretends there isn't a middle-aged woman tied up in his mum's bedroom. Not that she could tell him off for it anymore. The memory of finding out his mum was properly ill is like a horror movie imprinted on his brain. And however much weed he smokes, it doesn't fade. He'd been back at school for a couple of weeks and was hating every minute of it. Just him and a few other dumb kids from his year resitting their maths and English GCSEs. He'd already decided that he couldn't stick it, that no exams were worth the shame of being associated with those thick twats. When she messaged him, which was a shock. His mum worked at the school as a cleaner, and when she first started, she'd say hello to him when they passed each other in the corridor. She even asked him about his tea once. Jeez, the embarrassment. But he'd always fully blank her, so it didn't take her long to work out what the deal was. And she kept her head down after that. So when she messaged asking him to meet her by the ground floor fire exit that afternoon, he knew it was bad. She'd been sick, she told him, when he found her leaning against the heavy door. A few times. She'd done it outside the fire exit and was sure no one saw her. And it was a watery sick, she said, so she knew it would soak into the grass. But she was scared. Not of the nausea or whatever was causing her to be so ill in the first place, but that she would vomit somewhere in the school, make a mess in the place that she was paid to keep clean. Sean never liked to show his violent side in front of his mum.
a trait he reckoned he'd inherited from his dad, if the rumours about the badass Jed Brown were true. But he was angry that day. The truth is, the image of his mum being sick grossed him out, along with the chance any one of his mates might have seen her doing it. But it was her fucked up priorities that really got to him. His mum had been trodden on all of her adult life. First by her dad, when her own mum got sick with cancer, then by Jed, who'd pretended to be her saviour until Sean came along and ruined the vibe. And then by a long line of employers as she took anything going to keep on top of the bills. Lizzie the cleaner, making everyone's life better, but still treated like scum. Sean was about to remind his mum that she owed the school nothing when Mr. Rose walked past, Sean's new English teacher, and a patronising dickhead. His mum tried to smile at the guy, even though she clearly felt terrible, her insides all messed up from the bowel cancer she didn't yet know she had. But he didn't smile back. He asked her why she was chatting to a student when the library was a mess and the staff loo had run out of toilet paper. Sean started to tell him why not. But his mum interrupted, even apologised for fuck's sake, and explained that she wasn't feeling great but that she'd pass his message on to the after-school cleaning team. It should have ended there. His mum had been working at that school for nearly 4 years by then, and Rose should have trusted her. But instead he told her that she couldn't just leave on a whim, that she needed to clear it with her manager. Then he wanted the name of her manager so he could check she followed his instruction. But his mum was confused by then, dehydrated, exhausted. And the name wouldn't come to her. And that bastard looked all triumphant, like his superior brain power had exposed Sean's mum as a lazy, lying scam artist. And then she was sick on the floor. Rose looked horrified, not sympathetic. Lizzie looked ashamed, not redeemed. And Sean had the strongest urge to kill them both. He settled on Rose, got up in his face, told him what he thought of him. Ignored his mum when she begged him not to use those kinds of words. Then that prick of a teacher got a handkerchief out of his pocket and wiped his cheek, as though Sean had been spitting on him and he didn't want to be infected by scum. Sean knew he couldn't control himself after that, so he took off. It was the right decision, but when he finally got home, their neighbour told him that Lizzie had taken herself off to the hospital. And she didn't come home for another 3 weeks. And when she did, it was with a bunch of pills and a terminal cancer diagnosis. Rose was his sworn enemy after that. And as it's turned out since, the teacher seems to have a surprising capacity for hate himself. And now his wife is tied up in Sean's flat. He knows what his mum would think of that, how she'd bawl him out. But what about the other dead female in his life? Amber would love it, of course. He can almost see her eyes lighting up with the drama of it. He smiles at the image. Is he sad that she's dead? It's hard to say. There was a time when he liked her hanging around him. When things were difficult at home, his mum getting skinnier by the day, nurses and carers all expecting him to do his bit when he didn't have a clue how, and him trying to impress the right people, to find ways to make money without being shafted like his mum had been. It was good to be someone's hero. But she let him down big time last summer. Or at least her sister did. And then just 2 months after his mum died, The greedy bitch stole from him. The pipe is empty now, and Sean is properly wasted. His mum's gone. Caden's probably in hospital snitching on Sean as soon as his jaw's fixed. He can't even remember what he said to him. He knows he was rambling about Amber. Maybe Jess, too. So the feds will come after him. But he's not run out of road yet. Business has been good lately, so he's got cash. Plus, he knows people now. He'll be able to get him off the feds' radar. And Rose's wife is tied up in the next room. Maybe she's a final gift from Amber. He'll sort her, and then he'll be gone. After. Monday, 13th of May. Miller. Miller makes eye contact with the school receptionist. She needs to find a balance between friendly and assertive if she's going to get what she wants. It worked with Felix, convincing him to lend her his ancient Fiesta, but she had more collateral with him, like bringing up his snogging session with Ava behind the old railway carriages. Fucking Ava, for Christ's sake. It's a family emergency, she explains to the older woman with penciled eyebrows and an electric blue streak in her hair. Mum asked me to pick up Lucy. Can you get a message to her? She squeezes out a tear. Please. As soon as the detectives left, Miller announced that she needed some fresh air and escaped the house without having to make eye contact with her dad. She phoned her mum from a few metres down the road, but her mobile went straight through to voicemail, and her office said she hadn't been in. So now Miller is trying the other person who might know the truth. The girl who's been suffering the most from all this. From the timetable, it looks like Lucy is in a biology lesson. I'll pop down to the science block and get her. You wait here. A few minutes later, the receptionist reappears with Lucy trailing behind. Her face is ashen white. And Miller feels a pang of regret for the family emergency line that she ran with. Hey, Luce, I've got Felix's car. Come on. She turns her back before Lucy has the chance to ask her anything, but she can sense her sister following, so doesn't slow her pace. She parked in the leisure centre car park next door, so it's an awkward 5 minutes as they cross the school grounds to reach it. What's going on? Lucy asks as they sink into the threadbare seats. Miller swallows. Prepares herself for the question she needs to ask. The truth that she needs to know for anything, everything else to make sense. Did you kill Amber, Luce? What? You can't actually think I'm capable of murder? There's a mix of shock and hurt in Lucy's voice. It wasn't murder, though, was it? Just one hit that led to her dying, and I wouldn't blame you, not with all the fucking shit she put you through. But when have you ever seen me do anything violent? Even once? Well, in that video, for starters. That wasn't a fight. Hang on, what do you mean for starters? Miller pushes the heel of her hands against the steering wheel, stretches out her fingers. When I got back from the party, and Mum said you were missing, I knew you'd gone to meet Amber. She starts, the rest of the explanation feeling sticky on her tongue. I didn't tell Mum and Dad about it, but I went straight to the railway line where she'd asked you to meet her. There was no one there. Not surprising, because it was past 11 by then. But I saw 2 sets of footprints heading up towards the ridgeway. Amber went up that way, but I didn't, Lucy whispers. There can only have been one set.
Miller knows what she saw. And she had her dad's torch with her. So the 2 sets of fresh footprints were high definition clear.
Maybe,
she murmurs.
But then I did see you, a little while later. Saw me where? Lucy asks. Why didn't you talk to me? Because you were covered in blood.
Miller says it quietly, but the sound bounces around the constricted space.
And out of breath. You were rummaging through a black bin liner outside the charity shop. I saw you take a t-shirt out and a jumper, then go to the churchyard and change into it. You followed me there too.
Lucy's voice is vague now, almost dreamy.
I watched you get changed, then throw your top and jacket away.
Miller goes on.
Afterwards, when Mum had found you and taken you home, I took them out of the bin. They were so blood-stained, and the church bin was a properly shit hiding place. She adds, so I took them up to Kiln Lakes, chucked them in with some rocks. I got blood on my own jacket too, so that had to go in with them. You thought my clothes were covered in Amber's blood? Lucy asks. That I hurt her that badly? Her voice softens. But you got rid of them anyway. She reflects. To protect me. You're my sister, Miller says simply. And later, after we knew Amber was dead, you figured I must have killed her, Lucy says quietly. That's why you wanted Mum and Dad to pay Jess, and why you didn't want me to talk to the police. I know how bad you are at lying. It was my blood, Miller, Lucy says. Not Amber's. Yeah, I pretended to be dangerous, poking the vodka bottle at her, but she grabbed it off me. Then she cut me. My hands first. Then she sliced my stomach. It wasn't too deep, but it was long all the way across, and God, it hurt so much. I collapsed on the mud. And she ran away. Completely fine, except for a few cuts on her fingers. Your blood? Miller repeats, getting her head around it. Yeah, what a warrior I turned out to be. Do you know, I took the rolling pin with me as a sort of defence weapon. But that never made it out of the plastic bag. I lay on the ground for ages after she left. I think I was in shock or just exhausted. But eventually I found the energy to get myself up. But if Amber attacked you, why didn't you just tell us what she'd done? Lucy looks away, out of the car window, but pulls her school shirt out of her skirt and opens the bottom few buttons. The material slips apart and Miller stares at the long, thin scab splitting Lucy's midriff in two. It was a warning, Lucy explains, still not making eye contact. I knew something about Amber and Jess. Something Bronwyn had found out and told me in her letter. I was trying to figure out what to do about it, but then Amber stole the letter. She threatened me, said that if I told anyone else what I'd learned, my family, the school, then she'd kill me. But Amber's dead, Miller murmurs. She can't hurt you anymore. Lucy turns back to face Miller. I know. But I couldn't have predicted that when I was bleeding everywhere and trying to work out what the hell I was going to say to Mum, could I? And then afterwards, I suppose it felt easier to keep it to myself. I'd cleaned up by then, found a dressing, realised that the wound wasn't too bad. And I didn't want anyone to know I even saw Amber that night, let alone fought with her. Plus, there was always the chance that Jess would act on Amber's threat if I did say something. It was easier to stay quiet.
Miller thinks for a moment. I get that in the beginning. She starts. But what about later, when everything came out and Jess was accusing you of killing Amber? Surely you could tell that Mum was suspicious of you then. Didn't you want to explain? Lucy bites her lip, looks towards the window again. I wasn't thinking straight. Miller studies her sister in profile. Her pale skin and dainty nose, long, light eyelashes. We judge people on their appearance, she thinks, however hard we try not to. And Lucy looks like she needs protecting. But is that really true? Or is she stronger than that? I don't believe you, she says. Lucy turns to face her. It's because you thought I killed her, isn't it? Miller presses. That's why you kept quiet. Because when I was busy covering your tracks, you thought I was hunting Amber. I was more grateful than horrified, Lucy whispers. I didn't think about you being a killer, just an incredible sister. That's bad, isn't it? I didn't kill her, Luce. I know that now. Hopefully I always knew it, and that's why it was easy to accept, because it was only ever a story I made up. But someone did. Miller pauses for a few seconds, but she needs to say this. The thing you'd found out about Amber. What was it? Tears glisten in Lucy's eyes. Bronwyn couldn't believe anyone could hate me enough to bully me like that, she says, looking straight ahead. So she tried to find out more about Amber and Jess, what had happened to make them such bitches, and why they were picking on me specifically. It took her a few months, but Amber eventually accepted a follow request from one of the Instagram accounts she set up. Did she find out that Amber and Jess went to Dad's old school? Miller asks. And that Jess was probably the anonymous witness in the case against him. Lucy's head whips round. How did you know about that? The police know, Miller says. They came to the house. Shit! Lucy's brow creases. That's why I came to get you. Why I had to ask you if you killed Amber. Because you think... Lucy starts, but can't finish. Dad was the last person to see Jess before she went missing, wasn't he? Miller says. And he was out in the car on the night Amber was killed. We all were. But maybe he found Amber instead of you. But he didn't know who she was. At least, I hadn't told him. Her voice trails off, perhaps realising that if Bronwyn could find out the truth, so could her dad. How was he when he got back that night? Miller asks. Well, he didn't come back straight away, Lucy admits quietly. And when he did, he seemed distracted. But that was understandable. He was exhausted from his trip, and he'd thought something bad had happened to me. He went for a shower, and I went to bed. So I didn't see him again that night. Luce, Miller says, taking a breath. Do you think he could have killed her? She forces herself to look at her sister, sees the tears,
now snaking down her cheeks. But Lucy doesn't answer her question. "Where's Mum?" she says. I don't know," Miller stutters. "I tried calling, but she didn't pick up." "Try again," Lucy begs. "Please." Miller does as she's asked and switches to speaker mode, but it goes straight through to voicemail again. She frowns. She's left a couple of messages now, and her dad must have left dozens. She phoned her mum's work too, and they said she wasn't in the office. So where is she? Miller opens Find My iPhone, but her frown deepens at the "no location found" written underneath her mum's contact. "That's weird," she murmurs. She never turns her phone off. Dad said she left before he woke up. Lucy whispers. "You don't think she's left him, do you?" Her eyes widen. "Do you think he confessed to killing Amber and she ran?" "Don't be stupid," Miller throws back. "She'd never leave us." Not Dad would never kill Amber, she realises, with a stab of guilt. "Well, where is she then?" Lucy whines. Miller thinks. This is 2024. There must be some way of finding her. Not Snapchat. Her mum's never been near it. But some way. She feels the cold metal of Felix's car keys in her hands. "Fuck, I know," she calls out. Then checks if the app from that impulsive Christmas present is still active on her phone. A car key tracker. After. Monday, 13th of May. Rachel. He's back. He looks different now. Calmer. I should be relieved, but I'm scared. There's an intent in his expression that wasn't there before. When he pushed the piece of tape back over my mouth, I thought he was going to smother me to death. And even when his hand lifted, I struggled to breathe, my nose filled with snot. But then he left the room, and gradually I found some rhythm again. That's when I realised that the tape had lost some of its glue, and I've been moving my face ever since, like a cow chewing grass, to try and loosen it further. But even if I do dislodge it, I'm not sure what I want to use my voice for. To scream for help? Or to persuade him to let me go? "Your old man's a fucking prick," he murmurs. "He thinks he's better than people like me, that he can do what he wants to us, because we don't really matter." I move my mouth, but the tape holds. "But you matter to him. Like his precious little girl matters." He leans forward, his face hovering close to mine. I push my head against the pillow to gain as much distance as I can, but it only gives me millimetres. "He treated my mum like filth." Sean growls, the knife appearing in his hand again. "When she was clearing up his mess and fighting cancer at the same time, and he never once said sorry, not even when she told the school about her diagnosis." I can smell his breath, feel his spittle on my skin. The blade grazes the exposed part of my shoulder. I don't know what he's talking about, but my throat is too constricted to ask. "And then you turn up at my flat," he goes on, shouting your mouth off. "It's like you're asking to pay for what he's done." I want to ram my eyes shut, make Sean disappear, but they widen in fear. Bang, bang, bang. It takes a moment for my brain to register that someone is thumping on the front door. Sean rears back. A look of fear passes across his face. Then it hardens as he realises my mouth isn't covered up,
and moves forward again. He drops down on top of me. One hand clamps my mouth, the other holds the knife against the dip of my neck.
Don't speak,
he mouths. His body is heavy. I feel like I'm suffocating.
Sean Russo.
The words catapult through the letterbox. My chest explodes with an adrenaline surge. It's D.I. Finnemore. This is my chance. What will they do when no one comes to the door? Do the police know Sean has kidnapped me? Or is this about Jess or Amber? Either way, they can't break in without a warrant. If Sean is a suspect in a murder investigation, or that of a missing child, the courts would issue one without question. But if this is just a routine inquiry, Finnemore wouldn't have even applied for one. Am I really going to lie here passively and wait to find out? I whip my head to the right, then switch left, and again, hurling it, side to side. My lips slide against his fingers. The traction loosens his grip, just enough for my mouth to open a fraction. I grab his middle finger between my teeth. Clamp down.
Oh, fuck,
he hisses. But as he tries to pull that hand away, the other pushes forward. I feel a sudden, searing pain as the knife cuts through my skin below my collarbone. But instead of stalling me, it has the opposite effect. Fight. I fling my head forward. It slams into his. He's dazed for a moment, and I use the chance to twist and squirm underneath him. I can't get away, but it's enough to make him feel unbalanced. He puts his free hand on the mattress to steady us both, and I scream. The hand is back over my mouth in an instant, pushing hard. The knife slides deeper into my shoulder. It's agony. My vision blurs. I force myself to pull back, focus on the noise. Banging, rustling, thudding, shouting. The door flies open. The pressure on my mouth, the knife, disappears. I gasp for breath. Sean is dragged off me. I hear the crack of a taser. Watch his body stiffen, then collapse inwards.
Sean Russo, I'm arresting you on suspicion of kidnap and false imprisonment, grievous bodily harm with intent, and also for the murder of Amber Walsh.
Sean murdered Amber. He's the criminal, not my husband. I always knew that.
And for the grievous bodily harm of Caden Carter. You do not have to say anything, but...
Who is Caden Carter? I see someone I recognise. A woman who's been my adversary for the last week, but is now my rescuer. I try a smile, but her eyes are on the knife jutting out of me. Its handle butted up against my collarbone. Brzezowski pulls out her phone and calls for an ambulance. As the adrenaline ebbs away, I feel spent. Like I could drift into unconsciousness and sleep forever.
Stay alert, Rachel,
Brzezowski says, quietly. The paramedics are on their way. I try to focus on her face, her concerned eyes, and lie absolutely still. From the blood loss, it doesn't seem like the blade has hit any major blood vessels, which is good, but it's important not to move. I blink to tell her I understand, that I'm grateful. Then I hear his voice, Sean, shouting at D.I. Finnemore.
I didn't kill Amber, you fucking moron.
But Finnemore cuts him off.
I've just had confirmation that your blood was found on her body, and we have a witness who places you at the crime scene, so I suggest you keep the insults to a minimum. I saw her afterwards, all right?
Sean stutters.
After she died. And I cut my hand on a bramble when I was walking there. I freaked when I saw her, did a runner. I'm not going to trust the feds, am I? That's the most rubbish story I've ever heard.
Finnemore mutters. Then he shoves Sean, still arguing, out of the bedroom. And it's just Brzezowski and me, Sean killed Amber then, I whisper, wanting to hear her say it too, like a child seeking more reassurance. It looks that way. And Jess? I ask, my heart rate ticking up despite the pain as I think about the Waitrose bag of cash, the badger, the car in the garage. He'll be asked about her in his interview, she explains quietly. Then she sits up straighter as a noise filters through the thin walls. That must be the paramedics, she says. I say a silent prayer of thanks for the imminent pain relief and turn towards the door. But the sight is better than anything paracetamol could do. Mum! 2 voices screech in unison. Then my daughters come tumbling into the room. After, Monday, 13th of May. Rachel.
Girls, what are you doing here? Oh my God, Mum, what happened? Lucy lurches towards me, but Bazowski reaches out, stops her from getting any closer. Sorry, Lucy, she says. The ambulance will be here any minute, but for now we need to give your mum some space. What the hell's going on, Mum? Miller asks, her voice crosser than her sister's. A coping mechanism she's inherited from me. Then she gives Bazowski a sideways glance. Never mind. I'm just glad you're okay. How did you find me? I whisper. Is Dad here too? The girls exchange a look, then shift their eyes back to me. Felix lent me his car. Miller starts. I got Lucy from school and then tracked you via that GPS keyring I got you for Christmas. It said your car keys were somewhere in this block. We were trying to figure out which flat you might be in when a police response van arrived, and we just followed them in. But why were you even looking for me? I stutter. Lucy opens her mouth to speak, but Miller jumps in. You weren't answering your phone, and no one at work knew where you were. I knew I had to find you, call it a daughter's instinct. My eyes fill with tears. It's all too easy to dwell on what you lose when your child becomes an adult. It's good to be reminded what you gain. I want to tell them everything. Tell Lucy that none of this is her fault, that she was only bullied because of who her father was, and that the boy who made their dad's life hell 2 years ago was behind it all. That he was friends with Amber, but that it must have been a toxic kind of friendship, because the police think he killed her, and maybe he's behind Jess's disappearance too. But I can't say any of this in front of Bazowski, so we fall into an awkward silence. Miller's expression is closed. Lucy's wide-eyed, and Bazowski's curious. But suddenly there's a buzzing sound. Bazowski's phone is ringing, and I say a silent prayer of thanks. She looks at it for a moment, then back at me. I'll just be a minute, remember, no movement. Then she puts the phone to her ear and slips out of the room. This is Sean Russo's flat, I admit quietly, once she's gone. Lucy darts a look at her sister. The guy who accused Dad? Why did you come here? I was looking for Jess. I felt responsible, I suppose, with Dad being the last person to see her before she went missing. That's crazy, Miller mumbles. But it sounds false. I give her a questioning look, but she shifts her gaze away from me. I knew Jess would have her own file at work. I continue. I shouldn't have looked. It's very unprofessional.
but I thought if I found out a bit more about her, I might be able to figure out where she'd gone.
Lucy's head jerks up. Did her file say why she moved away from Oxford?
Yes, I say cautiously.
Why? Did it talk about her being the mystery witness in Dad's case?
I inhale. How did you know?
Bronwyn worked it out. At least, that's what she thought, based on what she'd found out. It was all in her letter. Lucy explains. That's why I snapped on the night Amber died. Not only was she making my life hell, she was involved in ruining Dad's. Bronwyn thought she'd found a way to solve my problem. She was so happy for me. But then Amber stole the letter and threatened to kill me if I told anyone. I found out this morning.
Miller jumps in.
Well, guessed, really. When the police spoke to Dad, they asked him if he knew who Jess really was.
As I look at their faces, the mix of fear and anger in their expressions, I realise that they're suspicious of Matt too.
Yes, but that doesn't mean... Mum, what if Dad didn't hit a badger on Friday night?
Miller asks quietly.
What if he actually hit Jess? Then got rid of her body somehow? He's been acting weird since then. Fuck, he could even have killed Amber when he was supposedly out looking for Lucy.
Don't say you haven't thought it too. God, my shoulder is hurting.
Sean killed Amber,
I tell my daughter through gritted teeth. D.I. Finnemore has just arrested him for it.
Like they arrested that other guy, do you mean?
She throws back, before letting him go.
Jesus, Miller,
I hiss as quietly as I can. Your dad isn't a killer.
You thought I killed her, though, didn't you?
Lucy says, her voice small.
When you found out about the blog, and then me meeting up with her, you thought I was capable of it.
And me? Miller whispers.
When you talked about the torch being dirty, that was because you thought I might have whacked her with it.
No, I say, tears welling up in my eyes. Then, I'm sorry. Because they're right. I did suspect them. If only fleetingly. How could I possibly have thought that of either of my children? And the truth is, I suspected my husband too. Do I still? Sean has been arrested for Amber's murder. But even as the police dragged him away, he was still shouting that he was innocent. And Jess is out there. Her disappearance unexplained. I look at my daughters again. I brought these two young women into the world. Please, God, don't let me have burdened them with a father who kills teenage girls. The door opens, and two paramedics stride in.
Sorry to keep you waiting, the first one says, her ponytail bobbing as she delivers her apology. Manic shift already. I'm Hema, and this is John.
Hi, I murmur. It's fine. I listen to the thwack, thwack of them pulling their gloves on, then feel a tourniquet tighten around my arm. As I wait for the sharp scratch of the needle and the longed-for pain relief, Wazowski walks back in.
Good news,
she says, a grin spreading across her face.
Jessica Scott has been found alive.
A warm feeling floods through me, a heady mix of pain relief and knowing Jess is safe.
Wow,
Miller exhales.
Where is she?
Scotland, Wazowski says. Apparently, there's a distant relative of her dad's living up there. He mentioned her, a godmother called Mary Turner, in one of his phone calls with Jess, and she remembered. Turned up on Mrs. Turner's doorstep yesterday, but only admitted to being a runaway this morning. God knows how she got all the way up there on her own steam without being caught. I can't imagine she had the money to pay for the train ticket. I daren't look at Lucy or Miller, especially in my newly drugged state, but I smile at the ceiling. Sean has been arrested for Amber's murder, and Jess has just run away after all. Just like Matt said. And to a fairy godmother. My husband isn't a killer. The analgesia should be working now, Hema says. We need to transfer you onto a stretcher to move you to the ambulance, but I promise the worst of it is over. I smile, steal one more glance at my daughters, then let my eyelids fall closed. The worst of it is over. After Wednesday, 24th of July. Jess. If the village hadn't been called Hopeman, she doubts she would have remembered it. But when her dad told her about his godmother, his mum's best friend from college, Auntie Mary, and how she'd sent him a birthday present out of the blue, he said she lived in Hopeman, and they joked about how maybe they should move there one day. At least, he'd joked. Jess had kept the conversation in her head. Daydreamed about it coming true one day. Her dad and her, Auntie Mary, Hope Man. And now she's here. You warm enough, love? Mary says, pulling at the zip on her fleece, even though it's the middle of summer. Jess has seen photos of Mary when she was younger. She's shrunk a bit since then, but she still projects the same aura of strength, security. Yeah, I'm fine, she says, nudging her butt cheeks further into the soft sand and looking out to sea. Hopeman is in the Highlands, on the Moray Firth coast. There's always a cold North Sea wind whipping against the shore, but Jess likes the feel of it on her cheeks, just as she likes the fresh, salty air and the houses with no stairs. They're called bungalows, apparently. She also likes the slower pace of life, the friendly locals, and how people seem to accept her without question. Hopeman is in a whole different country, 500 miles from Oxford. But it's still where Jess feels most at home. When she picked the Waitrose bag out of that bin up by the lakes, she didn't know that she would end up here. At first she was scared that Mr. Rose would ambush her. When that didn't happen, she expected the police to appear. But the park stayed quiet, and she walked to the fence where the old carriages are kept. Hidden by bushes, she stopped to open the bag. My dad will kill you. Reading the note inside the bag made her dizzy. Caused dozens of bad memories to flood in. That terrible year at Lou and Justin's, barely able to eat. Counting down the days to the court case. And further back, her mum. Glassy eyes, and a carpet changing colour. But she forced herself to think straight and realised that the Rose's anger was justified. Jess knew that Lucy didn't kill Amber, so accusing her, threatening to post that video, was a shitty thing to do. And they had given her the money. A chance for her to start over. she snuck through the hole in the fence and walked past the dead railway carriages, where the only people she came across were a couple snogging, and they didn't take any notice of her. Then she made it onto the high street, and the euphoria finally set in. The freedom of having 10 grand in her pocket. After being the unluckiest person in the world for 15 years, something had finally gone her way. She'd not planned to keep on walking, but equally she hadn't wanted to stop. She threw her phone into the bushes beside Tame Road. She still had the dumb phone that she'd been hiding from the police since finding out Amber had died, and 2 hours later arrived at Hadnam and Tame Parkway. That's where she'd thrown away the decathlon bag, still with 12 grams of weed inside, that she'd also kept secret. Then, when the first train left for London in the morning, she was on it. It took 4 trains, 2 tubes, and a bus to get to Hopeman. And when she arrived on Saturday evening, exhausted, freezing cold in the clothes she'd chosen for temperatures 10 degrees warmer, she realised she had no clue where Mary Turner lived. She thought about calling her dad and asking for Mary's full address, but she guessed that people would be looking for her by then. Bill and Molly, Colleen. And she didn't want to risk him ratting on her. Plus, he probably didn't have Mary's address. Life admin had never been his thing. So she found a pub and tested out whether she looked old enough to book a room by ordering a whiskey. She'd never tried the drink before, but she knew it was Scottish. The girl behind the bar didn't ask for ID. The advantage of being tall, maybe. And a minute later, Jess was trying to swallow the disgusting liquid, while the girl pointed out a B&B a few doors down. "Want some tea?" Mary asks, pulling a flask out of her paisley rucksack, because some Scottish clichés really are true. Jess nods and watches the older woman pour some of the steaming liquid into a small plastic cup, her hand perfectly steady. It's not age that makes you shake, Jess thinks. It's secrets. And Mary doesn't have any. Maybe she never did. Or perhaps living somewhere like Hopeman means they get carried away with the wind. Out into the North Sea. Gone forever. Jess hopes so. The couple who ran the B&B knew where Mary lived. It turns out Hopeman is that kind of place. So Jess walked to her house on Sunday morning and knocked on the door. No one answered, but an hour or so later Mary came back from church to a real charity case sitting on her doorstep. Jess sips at her tea. Without really noticing it, she has shuffled closer to Mary. For warmth or reassurance, or both, who knows? And she drops her head onto the older woman's shoulder. Why does Mary already feel more like a mum than Lou or Molly, or maybe even Jackie, ever did? Jess isn't a psychologist, but she's not stupid either. It's because Amber isn't here. Jess always thought that Amber was the strong one between them, but she's realised lately that her sister was weak. Because Amber only survived by putting other people down. And Jess was damaged, but loyal. So was always her prime target. There's no way Amber would risk losing that. So she made sure Jess didn't get close to anyone else. God, she was angry with Amber that night. She thought that she couldn't feel any more heartbroken after finding out that Amber had stolen Caden from her. But then Caden started talking, and she realised she was wrong. There was plenty more damage that Amber could do. Amber was the only person in the world who knew the truth about what Jess had done that terrible night. That she'd sneaked out of their bedroom, watched their mum bleed to death, then lied about it to the police.
because she was too scared to admit to them and herself that maybe her mum was dead because of her. Amber knew that Jess would be petrified about lying to the police again, pretending she'd witnessed Mr. Rose punch Sean when she hadn't. But Amber convinced her to do it anyway. Convinced her that Sean's injury was so bad, he deserved justice. But the real story, as Jess found out that night, was very different. Mr. Rose was innocent. Sean had a vendetta against him. Jess never found out why. So he got into a street fight on purpose, and then blamed it on Mr. Rose. And then Amber lied to her face. Caden was so mad with Amber that he threw the story back at her, detail by devastating detail, at a volume that meant Jess heard every word. And the urge to punish her sister had been painful in its intensity. Jess had listened to them argue until Caden walked away in disgust, and the night had fallen quiet. Her sister all alone. "That empty, love?" Mary asks, nodding to Jess's cup. Without waiting for a response, Mary reaches for it, flicks the residue onto the sand, 3 dots and a line, like Morse code, and screws it back onto the flask. "Ugh, my old bones can't sit on this sand for long." She pushes up to standing, and for all her words, Jess thinks how quickly she does it. Mary might be in her 60s, but she's fit and healthy. She's not going anywhere soon. Jess pushes up too, and the pair of them walk away from the sea, towards the road that will take them back home. Home. On that Sunday, 2 months ago, when Mary put a plate of cottage pie in front of her, and Jess was so hungry that she ate it without worrying about the wriggly meat or the mashed potato getting stuck in her throat. Things hadn't been so certain. It wasn't that Mary wasn't pleased to see her godson's only daughter, but they were strangers. Jess was a runaway. A troubled teenager with a dead mum and a dead sister. And it didn't help when Jess offered Mary a load of cash to put her up either. But Mary offered her 1 night's stay. And in the morning, Jess returned the favour by giving her Colleen's number. Her whereabouts became common knowledge. And gradually things moved from there to where they are now. Official. Settled. Mary slides the key in and pushes open the front door of her 2-bedroom bungalow, 5 streets and 10 minutes back from the coastal path. Jess follows her inside, and they both head into the living room, where Milo and George are stretched out in front of the window. Jess rakes her fingers through their thick tortoiseshell fur and listens to their synchronized purring. "You going to write that letter now?" Mary says gently. And when Jess doesn't answer, she adds, "I think it's time to tell the truth." Jess looks out of the window. Is Mary right? It's easy to feel safe up here, so far away from the first 15 years of her life, all the mistakes she's made. But she knows how easily things can come crashing down. "It'll be okay, you know," Mary says, reading her thoughts. "And I promise you'll feel better for it." Jess hesitates a moment longer, then walks over to the table and picks up the pen and notepad that's been waiting for her all morning. After. Saturday, 27th of July. Rachel. My heart is racing so fast I think it might space hop right out of my chest, but I don't slow down. This isn't about my fitness. It's adrenaline and memories and regrets and irrational fear, all bundled together like a homemade bomb, and the only way I can defuse it is to run faster, all the way to Chinner Hill Nature Reserve, and then through to the other side. This is my first trail run since I found Amber's body. I couldn't run anywhere for a while, as the stab wound in my shoulder healed, but my physio signed me off 2 weeks ago, and I've been dithering ever since. It was getting Jess's letter yesterday that spurred me on. Her raw words of apology, and the bravery I knew it would have taken for her to confess. First, she apologised for accusing Lucy of killing her sister, when she knew that Amber had left their argument alive and well. In fact, in a much better state than Lucy did, as I discovered from my hospital bed, when Miller forced Lucy to lift her blouse. But it was Jess's second apology that meant the most to me. She had lied about seeing Matt punch Sean Russo. And more than that, she found out on the night Amber died that Matt didn't even do it. Sean had set the whole thing up, with Amber's help, to punish Matt. Jess didn't know what he'd done to become Sean's target, but from Sean's rambling accusations, when I was tied up in his mum's bedroom, I could guess. That prick treated my mum like scum. Matt isn't a killer, but he's got his faults. Sean's mum was a cleaner at the school. With his tidiness obsession, I can imagine Matt giving her a hard time, not realising how his criticism will have sounded, especially with her so poorly. But none of us are perfect, and at least Matt has agreed to see a therapist now and be assessed for OCD. Hopefully that will prove to be a catalyst for change. In Jess's letter, she explained that she felt betrayed by her sister, and that there were reasons why Amber's behaviour was especially hurtful. She even said that she wanted to kill Amber when she found out, but only for a split second. Amber looked like her mum, apparently, and she could never inflict injuries on that face. So she'd walked away, assuming that Amber wouldn't be far behind her. But she never fully thought about what the lies did to Mr. Rose or Lucy until she got to Scotland, where the fresh air and Auntie Mary had made her think more clearly. There was more than a letter in the package Jess sent too. I counted £9,420, still wrapped in the same Waitrose bag. I reach the edge of the nature reserve. This is it. I slow for a moment, then speed up and pound through the long grass. I don't look at the place I found Amber's body. But otherwise I let myself take in the luscious trees, now in full summer bloom, and view of my village below. The run is hard, but not impossible. It's a sign I've survived this. And Jess's letter has played a big part, dispelling a fear I've been living with since Sean was charged with Amber's murder. There is a stack of evidence against him. His blood at the scene, her blood on clothes found in his flat, his car picked up on CCTV, and its tyre treads matched with those found in the car park, plus the circumstantial evidence, the drugs in his flat, phones without SIM cards, Caden's statement, Amber and Sean's turbulent history, including the time he roughed her up, and having me tied up for hours, sticking a knife in my shoulder. And yet, I couldn't quite wipe the memory of his words. And how, even though he was high or stoned the whole time, he kept accusing other people of killing Amber. Jess, Caden, and Matt. Mostly Matt. On top of that, there was the admission that Miller gave, quietly, just to me, before her first A-level exam. The need to clear her mind, I think.
that she had seen 2 sets of fresh footprints heading up to the ridgeway from the railway crossing where Lucy met Amber. The police didn't know about either of them, because the overnight rain had washed them away. But both Caden and Sean had parked on the top road, and Jess had taken the route from the railway station. So who did the second pair belong to? And the mystery of what happened to Bronwyn's letter had never been solved either. But none of it matters. Not after reading Jess's letter. That Matt isn't violent, and Sean is an accomplished liar. I make it through the nature reserve, then gradually drop down onto the bridleway and head back towards Chinner. As I run past the fenced area that stores the derelict railway carriages, my mind wanders to Felix. I was shocked when Miller told us it was Ava he'd been with the night Jess disappeared. But Matt wasn't. He then admitted that he'd seen them together a couple of weeks before while out on a bike ride, climbing through the hole in the fence. Their body language furtive. That's why he'd guessed correctly in the pub. But he'd chosen not to tell Miller about her best friend and boyfriend. It wasn't a choice I would have made. But who knows which of us is right, or even if there is a right and wrong in these situations. When I get to the parade of shops, I slow down. As I laced my trainers this morning, Matt suggested that he'd come and meet me after my run and that we go to the Crown for breakfast together. Steve and Jade's new initiative to make the most of their beer garden in the summer. Miller is in Corfu. Her A-level exams already a distant memory. And Lucy is otherwise engaged too. Now that the school holidays have started, Bronwyn is visiting from Wales, staying with her grandparents for a week. Ah, Rachel. I turn around, shield my eyes from the sunshine, laugh silently at the coincidence. Bronwyn's grandfather is walking out of the bakery. "Hello, Michael," I say, smiling at the older man. Even though the late July heat is already strong, he's wearing a long-sleeved button-down shirt and beige slacks. "I hear we've got Lucy coming over again today." "Yes, thanks for having her. And an advance apology because I think she might end up basically moving in with you this week. She's been so excited about seeing Bronwyn. She's missed her a lot this year." "It's lovely seeing them getting on still," Bronwyn's grandfather says, nodding. "I thought after her last visit that Bronwyn might have cut her ties with life here, moved on, but it seems not, which is a good thing, obviously." He adds, suddenly worried that he's offending me. But I'm too intrigued by his words. "Her last visit?" I ask. As far as I knew, this was Bronwyn's first time back since the family moved away last August. I know they didn't come for Christmas, because Michael and Jean went to Wales. And Lucy hasn't seen her this year. Michael's eyes tilt downwards. "They came for a weekend in the spring," he explains. "The traffic was bad. Usual bank holiday exodus, so they arrived later than planned on the Friday evening. It was all a bit chaotic, to be honest. A couple of Jean's bridge cronies had dropped by and we couldn't get rid of them once Thomas and Liv arrived, so I didn't think much of it when Bronwyn snuck off to the garden room early." "Garden room?" "Oh, we've had one of those glorified sheds installed at the bottom of the garden so that she can have her own space when they visit. I think she slept in there okay. At least she didn't complain. But she wasn't herself all weekend. Quiet, withdrawn. Like she really didn't want to be here. And every time one of us suggested she get in touch with Lucy, she bit our heads off. Anyway, they left early on the Sunday in the end."
You said bank holiday weekend. Which one was it?
He sighs. Jean said it was probably for the best, Bronwyn not turning up on your doorstep, asking to see Lucy. It was the weekend that poor girl died, you see, and I know you were the one to find her body. I imagine you were reeling. I lift the corners of my mouth into a smile, but it's like dragging sticks through cement.
Yes, I was reeling. I repeat, anxious to get away, to have some space to process what he's telling me. Bronwyn was in Chinner when Amber died. She was sleeping in a room in the garden by herself. She stayed away from Lucy all weekend.
Hey, Rachel.
I tether myself to Matt's familiar voice, turn towards it.
Oh, hi, Michael,
he continues as he gets closer. I watch Matt reach out his hand, Michael clasp it, the rhythm of their connected limbs moving up and down.
Thanks for having Lucy again today.
We should go, I say. It's too abrupt, but I can't take it back now, so I smile again, the cement getting denser.
Someone's hungry,
Matt says, plastering over the crack in my social skills.
See you around, Michael.
He lifts his hand in a small wave, then drops it onto the small of my back and ushers me towards the pavement.
Is everything okay?
He asks, when we're out of earshot. I don't answer straight away. I think about what Bronwyn knew, the weight she carried on her shoulders, a burden that should have been mine. It was Bronwyn who read Lucy's blog posts, her sole follower, not me. It was Bronwyn who Lucy confided in too, daily, probably hourly, as I resisted, too caught up with the idea that Lucy should give the troubled sisters a chance. It was Bronwyn who never believed that Lucy could be rude to another girl, and cared enough to dig up the real reason Amber and Jess were bullying her best friend. Did Bronwyn know about Lucy's meet-up with Amber that night? And how Amber had stolen her letter? Of course she would have done. She was Lucy's first choice of confidant. Did that second pair of footprints belong to her? Amber's death wasn't planned. It was a dark, messy end to a spontaneous lashing out. It was tragic, yes, like her life. But Amber never tried to change, never took responsibility for the suffering she caused, to Lucy or to her sister. How many other lives would she have damaged if she was still here? No one deserves to die. But who deserves to be punished more? Bronwyn for protecting her innocent friend? Or Sean, a drug dealer who stabbed me and tried to make Matt pay for a crime he didn't commit? It's not a hard question. I tilt my head and lean in for a kiss. I think we're all good. Epilogue. I look at Amber. Why isn't she moving? Why do her eyes look like that? Rolled back, like marbles, the moonlight bouncing off them. The bluebells are wilting around her head, drowning in something dark and globular. Why is she so completely still? Oh God, what have I done? My hand is still in the air, I realise. Grandpa's torch from his shed still clenched between my fingers. It starts to shake. I think it's the effort, the burden of fighting gravity, but it doesn't stop when I lower it. My other arm starts to shake too. Then my legs. My chest goes into spasm. Is she dead? Should I check? It's dark. I can't see. But that's stupid. I'm holding a torch. It takes 5 attempts to press the small rubbery button, but eventually I do it. Light. The bluebells are covered in blood. Amber's eyes are glassy, unseeing. I stare at her chest, will it to rise and fall. It doesn't. I replay it in my head, lifting the torch, swinging it at her head, hearing the thud, watching her fall. But she deserved it, I remind myself, mocking Lucy, bullying her for months, slashing her with that broken bottle, stealing our letter. On the day I left Chinna, I kissed you. You kissed me back. The truth is, wow, if you could see me blushing right now. It felt totally right for me. That we can be best friends and something more, without it being an either-or. But the blood coming out of the back of her head? I didn't do that. That was an accident. Except the police won't see it that way. I've seen enough true crime programs to know that. Except nobody knows I'm here. I didn't tell Lucy I was visiting for the weekend because I wanted to surprise her. But then she snapped me about her meeting with Amber while we were on the motorway. When she said it was 10 p.m, I thought I could join her. 2 against 1. But then the traffic got bad and we were late arriving, so I didn't make it in time. I raced to the railway track as quickly as I could. But Amber and Lucy were already there, arguing, fighting. So I hid in the bushes. Then Amber lunged at Lucy with that broken bottle, and Lucy folded so fast it was like she disappeared. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to help Lucy, but I was angry, too angry. So I followed Amber up to the ridgeway. I thought I could message Lucy, check on her. But she didn't open my snap. It scared me, her not responding. But now I'm glad. Because it means I can delete it and she won't find out where I am. I heard the man's voice before anyone saw me, so I had the chance to hide. Him asking why Amber had ignored his messages. Her appeasing him. Saying how cool it was for them to hang out off-grid together. Then the sister turned up, hiding too, and things got wild. But I waited, and eventually got Amber to myself. It was my chance to teach her a lesson. Show her that Lucy has friends too. But Amber wasn't sorry or scared. She kept mocking our kiss, calling us freaks. Laughing at my detective work, telling me that Lucy was too scared, too worried about her dad to ever use the information I'd given her. And now this. There's a flash of light in the distance. A torch? Has someone seen me? Called the police? I need to get away. A noise in the trees. Was that human or animal? But there's something I need to do before I can leave. I lower the torch away from Amber's face, down to her jeans.
Amber, I fucking know you're here.
A different man's voice. Angry. Close.
And I know what you've been doing to me.
I need to hurry up. I pull the sleeve of my sweater over my hand, slide my fingers into Amber's jean pocket. There it is, the letter. Crumpled, but whole. A love letter. A motive. On my third fake profile on Instagram, Amber finally dropped her guard and accepted my follow request. A picture of Jess in a school uniform that wasn't Lord Fred's. I zoomed in on the crest. Another photo on her grid of an older boy holding his palm up to the lens,
#Sean, #Russo in the comments, and the hashtag Cut a Rose. I pull the letter out, scrunch it between my fingers, and run. That was The Night She Dies by Sarah Clarke, read by Olivia Mace, produced by Jim Pickett at RNIB Talking Book Studios. This has been an audiobook from HQ, an imprint of HarperCollins. Text copyright 2024. Production copyright 2024 by HarperCollins Publishers, all rights reserved. Sarah Clarke asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Thank you for listening.